welcome back to Magic in the Noise. Today we have two exciting sessions to go over with you. We have the Telepathy tapes, The Hill, an exciting remote viewing project that's a little bit controversial. And we also have a fictional target that was given out by Chris as a guest tasker for the month of April. And the first target that we gave out for the month of April, we did a closed group meeting for the feedback and discussion of that one. We did that a week or two ago. And in the future, we might have more of these closed group meetings for targets that are maybe controversial, or just to have a space where we can express ourselves and talk about ideas about remote viewing without necessarily having the pressure of a public audience. So if you're interested in participating in those, just submit your sessions to the public live stream targets. And if it's something that I feel like this might be better as a closed group meeting, then we'll do those. And so today we have with us the remote viewers that worked on this target. Some of them are missing, but we're still going to cover their data. So let's introduce ourselves first. So I am Sasha. I am the founder of Magic in the Noise with David. And we are a think tank. We are trying to push the envelope for remote viewing, trying to increase accuracy, usefulness. So we do these live streams monthly, sometimes twice a month. We do remote viewing results videos on our main channel. We also have Magic in the Noise Unlisted. It's a separate YouTube channel where we put interviews, tips and tools, those kinds of things. We have a Patreon channel where we do some exclusive content, sometimes parts of our interviews, some of the tools and tips that are maybe a little bit more advanced so that we don't put them on the unlisted. Sometimes it's just early access to things, and so you can join us there. We also offer training, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. But first, let's have the remote viewers introduce themselves. So we'll start with you, Claudia.
Hi, I'm Claudia. I'm living in the Netherlands. I am practicing Sasha's full spectrum illumination method, and I'm love doing this. I do it now for 3 years, and I really have the idea that I'm picking up on things. So I love the group. Thank you.
Fantastic. And Jeff?
So I'm Jeff. I'm normally in the Chicagoland area, but I'm actually traveling today, and I'm coming to you from an undisclosed location. I'll just mention that when I'm traveling, I seem to remote view better, and I'll just add that as a little comment. So
I like that. Nice.
Being outside of your normal area seems to allow more information to come in. That's how I might describe it.
Oh, that's interesting. Kind of breaking the routine. I like it. Thank you. And Cody?
Hi, I'm Cody, a remote viewer from Australia, and the method I use is CRV.
Yeah. And then we have Jet or John.
Hi, I'm John, Jet, whatever you want to call me. I'm from the States, and I practice the TDRV methodology.
And Greg?
Hi, everyone. I'm Greg. I'm on the west coast of Canada most of the time, but I could pop up anywhere around the world. And I also want to reflect what Jeff said. Often there's very good data in different locations out there. So good to be here.
Nice. And Chris?
Hey everyone, I'm Chris. My nickname on the social media stuff is Chilio. I've been remote viewing since around the beginning of the COVID era. I had to find something to do. And I really love participating to these live streams. It's always a fun experience. And I'm using the methodology of Sasha as well.
Thank you, Chris. So yeah, I'm very glad to have you all here. Thank you all for submitting your work. I just want to say for the public, feel free to submit your work if you're scared because it's going to be public. Like I said, I'm going to start doing some of these closed group meetings. And so maybe if you're ready for that first step to showing your work, that might be an easy way to ease into it. And so let's start. Let's look at our slide deck. And so the target for today that we're going to cover is The Hill from the Telepathy tapes. This is a huge target, the data is complex and a lot of it is conceptual. So we're going to go through it and try to make it easier to understand, try to decode some of the meaning from it all. And we should address, though, before we start, I've had some people who say we shouldn't remote view the hill because it's a sacred space and the autistic children don't want to be bothered by all these other minds coming in and invading their space. And so what I told the viewers is I didn't task them as go to the hill and tell me about it. I didn't put the target as, have the remote viewers go to the hill and, excuse me, record their experience of it. I tasked them to go to the data stream and gather data about the hill and record that data and submit it. And so remote viewers are experiencing data in different ways. Sometimes we see it visually, sometimes we hear it, sometimes our hand just draws something and it's an accurate depiction of the target. And so what we're doing is we're embodying the data. The data is coming in, it's not encoded for humans, but we're accessing it, and it gets translated through our memories, our biases, things that we're familiar with, our language, and then that's what we're consciously aware of. Sometimes we see scenes of a movie that's reminiscent of the data in the data stream. So the data stream is trying to tell you something, but you have no frame of reference for it. So it just shows you a video scene that you've seen maybe 5 years ago. Remember that scene in that movie? This is something like that. Sometimes we get it as memories. Oh, remember when you were 5 years old and you had that shiny cherry red bike? This is something like that experience. And so again, you're not, as a remote viewer, going to that time when you were 5 and you were looking at your shiny cherry red bike. You're accessing the data from the data stream, and that's filtering through your experiences. It's filtering through your body. If you're blind, will you get visual data? Will you experience it in that way? Some people experience data based on their own synesthesia. I taste concepts. And so does that mean that concepts have a taste? No, it means that that's how I experience it. And so when I sent the remote viewers to remote view the hill, I am not sending them to the hill to go traipse around and invade other people's space. I'm sending them to the data about the hill, and that they can experience it by seeing it. It can be filtered through their brain and primarily filtered through their visual cortex, and then they'll have the experience of seeing the data. Or they can be filtered through so that they experience it as sounds, as voices, as descriptions. It can be filtered through kinesthetically, and so then they just know what to draw without being consciously aware of what it is they're drawing. And so again, this is relevant not just for this target, but for every target that we work. When you see something vividly, it doesn't mean that you're at the target seeing that thing. It means that you're experiencing vividly and with intensity the data that exists in the data stream about that target. And so this is something that I think we should have discussions about. If you want to debate it, debate it. If we want to argue about it, let's argue about it, but let's have the conversation so that we can better learn what remote viewing is, what it can do, what do we trust in terms of the information that we gather. These are all things that I feel need to be a little bit more emphasized in the community. I think it's really easy to just not think about how the remote viewing data is used or interpreted, but it is our responsibility as remote viewers who are sharing our data to provide some context for how people should make sense of our data and apply it. And so I hope that quells anybody's anger or irritation in the audience that we dare to remote view the hill. So we did do it in a way so as not to trespass on anybody's space or feelings. And so with that, let's go back to the slide deck. So here I'm going to be sharing data, and the data is color coded. So the boundaries around the images from the data are color coded to Chris in red, Claudia in orange, Cody in yellow, Greg in blue, Jeff in lime green, Jet in teal, and Michael, who's able to join us today, in purple. A few of our viewers are using the Cullen system of remote viewing, which is full spectrum illumination. This is a new method of remote viewing that I've developed that I think, from what I've seen so far, is helping other remote viewers unlock their potential, their psychic abilities. It did it for me. I've advanced as a remote viewer, and it's very exciting to be able to see the progress that the students make when they take my course and they use this system. And I think it's about doing things differently. And I encourage more people to start breaking the mold, not doing things that they think might work, or that just through, I don't know, discussion, they think, oh, let's try it this way. I think it should always be based in a scientific approach. And that's what I've done for full spectrum illumination. Every component of the system has been researched and discussed and experimented on and tested. And it's now created a system that works. And so if you're interested in learning it, visit our website, magicinthenoise.com. I think I have a slide. Yes, I do. So when you get to the website, to the main page, there's a link to learn more about full spectrum illumination. And then you can, click for a consultation. The consultation is just to meet with you and see if you're a good fit. And you'll also have to do a remote viewing session to see where you're at and to see if it's appropriate for you to do FSI Advanced, or if it's worth waiting for and just doing the introduction first. So I just want to talk a little bit about that. And now to the main topic for today, the telepathy tapes. So first, for people that don't know, the telepathy tapes, it's a series of tapes. It's a project that was attempting to document experiments in telepathic communication between primarily nonverbal autistic people and their mothers. Some of them were with their fathers or their caretakers, but primarily as the mother and the nonverbal autistic person. And this was done through interviews and conversations and psychic tests. And through this, the existence of the Hill was discovered. And so the Hill is a metaphysical space where data about a reality seems to be kept. So any remote viewers out there, that should ring a bell. The data stream, the Akashic records, source, these are all names that we use to describe this space where data about our reality is recorded and kept. And the Hill is where nonverbal autistic people seem to come together to share ideas, to talk, to hang out as friends, but also to learn from others who appear there and who offer to teach them. And so again, is it the case that there are people there that are teaching, or is it the case that the data is offered and that is being experienced as someone is teaching me? That's unclear, and we're going to look at the data to see what it says. The people who go to the Hill are taught information based on their interests or queries, very much in the same way that remote viewers get data from the data stream about their interests, their target. There's also some mention of predictive data about future events, which we also see in remote viewing, where people do near future event targets, NFEs. And they also discuss communication with some dead people, which is really interesting because we know that channeling in remote viewing shares space. And sometimes some of us wonder, are people channeling? Are they really talking to the person, or are they embodying the data about the person that's recorded in the data stream? And so I think that's something to just think about loosely while we go through the data and while we talk about some of these things with the Hill. So one thing to note is that all of this information is related through third parties who are spelling out words from the letters that the nonverbal autistics signal to with their eyes or in other ways, or with a pen. There's also data about the Hill that came through from a meditator. Let me move something around here. A meditator who claims to have visited the space, and he seems to have witnessed some of the autistic children that he didn't know, but then eventually found, and they saw him there. They reported having interactions with him there. And so there's something to this that's really curious and mysterious and interesting. So I thought this would make a good target. Let's see. So here are a few snapshots from the videos of the telepathy tapes. You can see here one of the autistic men who's being asked to psychically or telepathically provide the information about what the card is that the woman is showing behind him. And the caretaker is there beside him, and she sees the number 1, and then the man indicates the number 1 on the number card. And so one of the I think the beautiful data points that came through was from Michael's session, where he's describing all of this, and it's complex and it's conceptual, and he asks, why is it important for this to be understood? And the data he gets back is to hold something beautiful and fleeting. And I wonder, is this in some ways a description of our reality? Our reality is beautiful and it's fleeting, and the records of our reality are kept in some other realm that we're accessing. So I thought that was a nice way to start. So here we're going to talk about this hill as a constructed space in the realm of consciousness. Is it constructed? Is it emergent? Did it just naturally evolve, or was there part of it that evolved naturally through some organic method of emergence from complex data? Or is it that conscious minds interacting with it, build it out more, co-create it with the data stream itself, with the intelligence at the underlying layer of our reality? So this, from the data, it seems to be a constructed space in the realm of consciousness, a co-created space. And so we see here in Jeff's data mention of the slit experiment, particles versus waves. And excuse me, we see the exact same thing in John's data, these vertical structures on both sides that are mirroring Jeff's sketch. And Michael as well had this cloud of probabilities, and then these pillars of reality of tangible constructed particles. And this idea of measurement or observation that forces probabilities to collapse into fixed properties that manifest reality around us. I feel like this is what the data is pointing to, and we're going to see why as we move forward. But I thought this was really interesting here. Jeff, you had, I am a tree. And in this model, a tree is only data about its possible location and attributes until we perceive it, until we make it manifest as a 3D reality in front of us. If a tree falls in the forest, does anybody hear it? No, because if there's nobody there, then it doesn't fall. It just is in a superposition of both having fallen and not having fallen. And it's only when you have a measurement or an observation that it forces it into a fixed outcome, either not fallen or fallen. Jeff, did you want to tell me a little bit about how you're experiencing this data?
A lot of tears. This was by far the most emotional session I've ever had. And I couldn't explain why, and I would say until after I saw what the target reveal was. And a little bit later, I think there's a better time for me to tell a very personal story. I would definitely say I'm somewhere on the personally on the autistic spectrum. And I've had a couple of very unique interactions with autistic people over time. And the I'm a tree is just that is on so many different levels. That is probably one of the most interesting parts of my sessions. It's about geometry. It's about placement of objects. It's also about a space, and what does it actually mean to be a space? I mean, there's so many levels to interpret what that actually meant.
Yes, your session data, it's clear that you were really on target, that this was a significant target for you, that you were really connecting. And so it was really nice to see. I sent you a video, I don't know if you had a chance to check it out, about a physicist who started out as a materialist, a skeptic, and has now become something different. And he talks about, reality being the manifestation of a hologram, and there's a spiritual aspect. And he talks about the tree in particular. And that's why I thought it was really nice to see this in your data, because he's convinced that trees have consciousness and that they're a conscious manifestation of the underlying data. And he's setting out to prove that. And he's, you know, he's not just some weird physicist sitting in a corner somewhere. He was involved in the creation of GPUs, I think. And so I'll link to that in the description for people who are interested. But so it's that idea again of consciousness and data. Data is static. When you add consciousness to data, it becomes meaning. And meaning is manifest in our reality as a 3D world. And so I think that this is what a lot of the data is pointing to. So let's go back to this. Or John, did you want to say something about these vertical structures? Do you see it in this context? Can you see that echo or that resonance?
Yeah, I was really surprised when I saw the Jeff's. That's crazy. But I tried to get an image of the target on that whichever session that was, and that's what I saw, or just vaguely. So that was it, pretty much. I have nothing much else to say beyond that.
And sometimes it happens that way. You just get a flash, you just get an image, you're like, this is what I'm seeing, but I'm not quite sure what it means yet. And that's the beauty of doing group remote viewing, because then you can pair it with all this other data and it starts to make sense. And so there's this idea that there's a substrate, like I said, from which all of these realms seem to emerge into existence, and wherein the data about the probabilities is stored. So there's the data about the tree having fallen and also the tree not having fallen, the superposition states. But there's also a place where the fixed properties are stored after the data is measured or observed. So the tree can be fallen, the tree can be not fallen, and those exist as possibilities. And that information exists somewhere. But when we walk into the forest and we see the tree fallen, now that's a concrete reality. That's a truth that gets encoded in the data stream. And so these are two different aspects of the broader system that our reality seems to be emerging from. And the hill seems to be one of these places where the fixed property data is stored. And we're going to get into this a little bit further. So Michael's not here, but again, he had the same pillars that we saw in this other work, in Jeff and John's work. For him, he sees these as the pillars of creation. And I thought that was fantastic, because you're talking about the wave particle duality, and he's talking about these pillars as pillars of creation. You're making something manifest. So the reality of the double slit experiment, it's not so much measurement or observation that makes reality tangible, although that's easier to talk about and understand. There are these quantum eraser experiments, and they show that if the knowledge about what happens, excuse me, is knowable to a consciousness within the system, if it can be known by a consciousness within our reality, then the probabilities, the superpositions, collapse into fixed properties. If you just have detectors detecting particles, that's not enough if the path isn't knowable to a mind. And that's what the quantum eraser experiments showed. And that's just too complex for most people to make sense of, or to understand how to apply that to their understanding of the world. And so it's not as often talked about, but I think it's really relevant here. And so here we see Michael's data about the hill. He had this idea of electromagnetic forces percolating through particular material arrangements to provide access to possibilities. So again, you have a set of superposition states, you have a field of probabilities, and then you have some force that's acting on that to create these realities, these fixed properties. And so he was probing for what's the relevance of this, and he got heaven bound, which is thought itself, thought being heaven bound. And so again, that idea of co-constructing with our intention, with our thoughts, with our observation, with our knowledge. And he kind of saw this word heaven as cosmic mental machinery. And we're talking about constructs and consciousness, that mental machinery aspect, but at a cosmic scale. And when he looked at what thought is doing in that process. He had this idea of navigational. It's choosing the direction. It's choosing the pathways. It's inducing and materializing phenomena retrocausally. So what you see now creates that path history for it, the past history for it. And so this, again, I want to remind the audience, this was a blind target. Michael had no idea what the target was. I just gave everybody a target code and said, bring back data. This is what he brought back. So I thought this is phenomenal. And then here he's talking about crystallizing and giving structure to exotic matter. And that's exactly what we're talking about when we talk about superpositions transforming into fixed properties, into reality, into particles, photons, electrons, all around us, to really emergent reality around us, just through our consciousness, through our attention, our observation, our knowledge. And so I thought this is amazing data, this idea of crystallizing the probabilities. And he looks at what is this device, this process, what is it built for? It's built for access to higher mental states, so higher realms like the hill. And the purpose of that he has as it's an object of intrinsic curiosity. And I do find for remote viewers, the more they have that intrinsic curiosity, the better remote viewers they often are. They're not driven by excelling just to show off or excelling to impress, or they actually want to know more about the world, about the target, about themselves, and remote viewing. And then he also has this hope for implementation of a conduit. So this bandwidth. We're going to talk about that later with other data. So here, Jeff, you had these beans and tubes, and the way I interpret this is the rods and cones in the eye, which allow us to perceive the world around us. That's the moment of perception being the moment of creation that collapses the probabilities. And so I thought, for me, I saw those as rods and cones, and I thought it was beautiful data. And you brought up public records. I see this as data about possibilities becoming fixed values through public observation. And then, excuse me, I'm sick. The patent, creating a record of an idea, claiming ownership of it. I think that the idea of the Akashic records as records of all the ideas, everything we do, everything we say, everything we think loudly enough is recorded in the Akashic records of the data stream. Jeff, what are your thoughts on that?
So I actually have a little bit different take on the patent part. And so you expressed at the beginning that some people are concerned about going to the hill and things like that. I think that there's also concerns that these people are going to be manipulated in some way, and somebody's going to try and, in a sense, patent what they're doing and take credit for it, take ownership of it. And okay, I'm gonna say it this way. I think that from the what I've watched of the tapes and what I've seen so far, I think that who the autistic people are so smart about the way that they're doing it and are so many steps ahead of us normal speaking people that I don't think that should be a concern. I think that they have put safeguards in place to prevent anything like that from happening. I see this as actually an experiment that is purposely being done. And if I were to be tasked again on something like this in the future, I'd love to know, okay, who's doing this experiment and what is their reason for doing this experiment?
That would be a great future tasking for a project. Definitely. Yeah, I think you're right about that. And I like your interpretation of the patent. I think there's something to that, definitely. I want to get to some of John's data because he has to leave us earlier. So I'm going to jump through this a little bit quickly. But so here we're talking about the hill as a constructed realm in consciousness. And excuse me, I think Michael, again, he had good data here about accessing domains, some of it related to the future. And how is it related to the future? Something bounded becomes unbounded. So something that's contained becomes open and free. That's a really interesting data point for the future, something hopeful for us. And then what specifically becomes unbounded? Perception and avenues of manifestation. So maybe increasing psychic ability amongst the humans, that would be nice. And then what's related to the target that's facilitating this? he sees it as DNA changes and biophoton cascades. So I think that we're going to see more about this, but it's an interesting data point to think about. Here's, excuse me, here's more data about the DNA. And I want people to think about DNA as an informational pattern that's imposed from a higher realm, and then it emerges in our physical reality as a consequence of that. You set the pattern in the Akashic realm, in the data stream realm, and then it percolates through our reality. It resonates like a cymatic pattern, and that affects how our DNA is structured. So I think that there's data to support this idea. Claudia, we're going to talk a little bit here about your physical reality as a manifestation of a data matrix. So do you want to talk a little bit about your data here in that context while I cough off camera? Sorry that I'm coughing.
Well, this was the first idea of the target. I saw stripes, and I think it was more like the grid of everything, geometrical pattern. Yes, and at first I saw it flat, and then it started to turn around, and then it became 3D.
I think that's a beautiful representation of information that then becomes a hologram. You have the data, and then you add the light to it, and then it becomes a three-dimensional representation of the data. So to me, I saw that as a really nice expression of that. Yeah, and you had excavating something unknown. We'll see a little bit about that much later in the presentation, but definitely this idea of digging in to find out more about something that we don't easily have access to overall.
Yeah, a new insight, yeah.
And then, so here's more data. There's more data from Michael from here, just because he really covered this aspect of the target really well in his session. So one of the things that he had is this idea of a constructed space of data and ideas in the realm of consciousness. So he also talked about leaks and something being abandoned. And it's an energetic system and something's leaking. It's been abandoned. Why is the system energized? It's pouring energy out. And the nature of this energy is maybe strong magnetism as a symbolic concept. And so we know as remote viewers that there's something about electromagnetic forces. Light isn't quite what people think it is. And we as remote viewers can kind of tap into some of these other aspects to light. And so this idea that there's something about electromagnetics that's different here, I think that that's good data. And this idea of subordinating, spiraling energies, energetic system, and it's subordinating to commanding obedience, to something that's commanding obedience, like its object is presence and it orchestrates. This is going to be important later, and in my session as well that I worked for this target, that I worked for David in March, that there's this idea of something is commanding obedience, and then we in this reality, we are the peasants, and we're being orchestrated from the patterns of information that are being imposed in this other realm. Here's more about this. Transformation of matter, and it's transformed, recombined, and there are these fundamental forces that are being orchestrated to do that, and it's about encoding information. And here's talking here as well about the intention of wave reading units to participate in a gestalt. So fascinating data there. Again, you're reading the probability waves, and that's participating in an overall gestalt of the bigger possibility realm, right? And so Michael tells us that this relates to the target because it's a fusion of multiple something or others. I can't read the writing, but to arrive at an engineer's understanding. So again, it's this idea of this is engineered, and we're structuring this reality in a certain way to hold something beautiful and fleeting. So here, Chris, did you want to talk a little bit about this? Because here we also have the same idea of encoding information, the records of our lives, our realm, our reality.
Yeah, so here the kind of visual idea I got was of Moses opening the Red Sea, And so that triggered the perceptions about something huge, like a feat, something that would be coming from old stories, and that there is something that's opening, which is pretty relevant to me since the telepathy tapes have been so popular, and for non-believers of slightly paranormal stuff. I think it's opening the mind of a lot of people on that side. Something surhuman, communication with God. So it's out of the physical for sure, whatever's happening there. So I think this is what I'm trying to address here, that it's something outside of our reality, outside of the 3D reality of the body. It's something kind of spiritual. That's why I'm talking about God somehow here. Why is this relevant? It's about what will be remembered. So maybe this is actually the first step towards going into a better understanding of the idea of telepathy. And we're always speaking about telepathy for the telepathy tapes. In my opinion, it's not telepathy. It's kind of remote perception or non-local perception. So it's more of what we're doing rather than telepathy, in my opinion, this whole thing. Because in one sense, they do read the minds of their mother, of other people. But in general, what they are doing is just non-local perception, not just telepathy per se. And then here, what's significant is the accounts, the storytelling, the features. So this is really the telepathy tapes, which could be maybe a jump to launch this into the more mainstream aspect of it, and that this could start to be taken more seriously in the scientific community. Because as you know, in the scientific community, anything paranormal is like far-fetched, so they don't even try to do anything with it. Maybe this is the final jump to be able to go that route. Yeah. So I think that's what I
And
learned.
Sean, before you leave, did you? Oh, he's already gone. Yeah. I'm sorry for the audience. John had to leave us. He had another appointment. And so thank you, John, for coming. And we will be discussing your data. One of the things I wanted to point out here, Chris, you have the same pathway in between these two things. And there's a bit of a resemblance to the data we saw from Jeff and Jet earlier, the particles and the waves here, the split experiment. And I think, to me, part of what I see here in your data is this idea of it's about what will be remembered, which is what's going to be encoded about our reality, what's remembered, what's put in the Akashic records, what's put in the data stream. I think I see that aspect of it. And especially this idea of communicating with God, communicating with source about what's going to be remembered, right? So you're communicating with the data stream about what the data stream is encoding about our reality. The storytelling, the accounts, the features, the highlights, all of that is being encoded. And so I think that there's multiple ways of interpreting that. So I thought it was really, really nice data. And then here Michael's talking about this idea of purification. What is the end product of this orchestration? So we talked about how he's seeing this as, here we are, humans in this constructed reality. And it seems that everything that we're doing here is being orchestrated by patterns that are coming from other realms, from above. And he's asking, what's the end product of this? He had talked about DNA changes. Here he's talking about purification of meaning in translation. So maybe the meaning that we're contributing is this purification of the meaning that exists in the broader system, source, if you want to call it that. And he asks about what the leaks are. The leaks he's describing as chaotic microenvironments and turbulence that lead to process inefficiencies that generate lapses in cohesion, which can result in breakouts. Lapses in cohesion. I think that that's a really nice description of a Mandela effect, of a glitch in reality, of these things that we see around us when reality seems to shift a little bit in ways that are not cohesive. The Mandela effect is a break in cohesion. We remember something, it's this way, all of a sudden it's not that way, and never has been. And so I thought that was really an interesting indicator to a wealth of data that I would like to explore, maybe in a future project. And then he asks, what's the end product of these breakouts? Misfolded or misaligned results, less anchored and less coherent structuring, dimmer stars. That's an incredible data point, right? This idea that there's this dimming effect of the stars. This is something that's going to come back in my session that we'll talk about in a separate video, but I do want to point it out here. And this idea of the lesser coordination, so things starting to break down a little bit. And there are aspects of the Mandela effect that kind of point to that. Whether you believe it or not, people are experiencing it. Consciousness is experiencing this. So I think that there's something here about the distortions in the data, mistranslations, mistranscriptions in the DNA, this idea that maybe there's hijacking, and he's interpreting this also as an infection in the system, and that in response to this, there's a security alarm that goes off, an immune reaction. This can be interpreted in multiple ways. We could see this as, in his session, he's relating this to the data distortions. But we can also see this in the Hill, where you have this space, a sacred space, and then if people are coming in to distort the data, then they're treated as an infection, and that there's some kind of a security alarm, some kind of an immunity or an immune reaction that pushes them out. And here, I think he describes it really well, this idea of information impinging on the integrity of a body. So we can see that as wrong data leak, hijacking, or just distortions because it's been abandoned or neglected. That's changing the integrity of the data stream of the Akashic records, creating these glitches, these incoherencies. We could also see it as the Hill, where it's a sacred space, and then if there is any kind of access or attempt to access it, then there's a reaction that comes. One of the data points from Claudia here that I really liked was people are convinced about something, but in reality it's something totally different. I wanted you to say a little bit about how that felt for you, Claudia, because you're such an experiential remote viewer. And so a lot of your feelings are good data, and you get really complex feelings.
Yeah, it was more like a concept. I felt that something was totally off. Everyone was convinced that it was this, but in reality, it was this. So, yeah, it's of course a few weeks ago that we targeted this, but yeah, it felt like a whole. Yeah, it's difficult to describe because English is not my mother language, and but. Yeah, we should look somewhere totally different, in another direction than we think we should. Something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Jeff, here you had a beautiful site sketch of the Hill, a constructed space in the realm of consciousness. The word consciousness is completely misspelled in the title of my slide, and I copied the titles over. So you're going to see this a lot in the slide presentation. I apologize. I was tired when I was putting this together. But getting to the data. So Jeff, can you walk us through this? Because I think that this is a phenomenal description of the Hill.
So first off, a centered sacred space with people in there, and a number of 10,000. So I actually put a number of people in there who, when I drew this, they were coming for an event. And there was a main stage where people were going to perform, but they had not, this was either before or after the actual performance had occurred. And right outside the sacred space, there were protesters who said, "You're going to ruin it." That was just so spot on with the way people are talking about the hill, and what's written on the truck. There's a little truck there that's bringing things to the site. I can't remember what that actually says.
The truck is shipping.
Okay,
so yeah.
There's basically a stage that's being built at that site, and there's also a tower to broadcast. So,
and you also have here, we are using it to create the future.
Yes. Okay, there we go. I knew that there was something else written there that was important.
Yeah. And you know, one of the things in my session, I also had a staging area coming through again and again. And so it was interesting to me to see the stage coming up in yours as well, with the crowd. Yeah, I think this is really good. And the idea of the parking area, right? So there are people that are in the waiting area. There are the people that are protesting, oh, you're going to destroy it. You can't come in here. And then, yeah, and then you have the space itself, the hill itself. You also had this idea of a storage of old records connected in this session, the spider web in relation. And so again, I really do see this as this idea of the realm where data about our reality is recorded. And you can access that maybe more easily from this hill space. And so, yeah, I just thought this really, really beautiful. And your the broadcasting place, you have it artistic but functional, in a different place in your session where you have it as the tower and the light shining out of it. Yes. So really, really beautiful data there. I just think that that's a perfect encapsulation of what the hill is.
And I almost didn't draw it. Always skipped over that.
Always draw what you see, everyone, please. So what do you feel about it, seeing this sketch, now that you know what the target is?
So, okay, I actually a very clear expectation of what's going to happen in the future. So that, yes, this hill is a place where people are meeting today, but they're meeting there to build something that will become much more evident to everybody in the future.
Nice. That's beautiful. Okay, so let's look at the supporting data. Here, John, who had to leave. Sorry, John, we had all these things kind of to do, and so we didn't get to this data before he left. But so John is telling us here about this idea of seeing in all directions, that all these life forms are moving in the same direction, nearly like a stampede. And I think that that goes well, Jeff, with your data about this crowd assembling of 10,000 people. He also has a sense of a fence or a barrier around it. And I think that that also comes through kind of in multiple people's data. They have something about this, the security aspect of it. In Michael, we have that immune reaction that kind of tries to deal with this infection. And here in John's, it's coming through as a fence or a barrier. He also had this idea of light brightening things and then dimming, picking things up, collecting. So again, this idea of a collection of data in the data stream, collecting all of this in this space. And other data points that John had in relation to this was this idea of a ghost or something predictive. So I see ghost as something immaterial, a consciousness that's disincarnate, so not embodied, and also the idea of predictive information coming through. And I think that that fits really well with what you just said, Jeff. John also had the life forms in a dome. So to me, I see this as the hill and all these life forms that are there in this space. So that was amazing data from John. And he had objects placed in specific locations for a purpose. Fraction, energy transferred across distance. So again, this fits in, Jeff, your idea of the tree, that these are geometric patterns of data. And that their locations are purposeful and meaningful. And so I thought this was a nice little echo resonance of that data. John also gives us a mountain with a void, a cavity inside of it. Again, the hill where consciousness goes in to share and to hang out. And he also had the particle wave duality here as a snake and a dome. And this idea of movement of life forms, moving carefully, and maybe sneaking. I see this as the sneaky superposition of the photon that's, traveling through every possible path at once. And then as soon as you look are you here, photon? It collapses into a particle and says, oh yes, I am here. I've never been anywhere but here. Whereas in reality, it was everywhere before here until you looked. So I thought that was really nice as a complex concept that comes through in a really nice way for John in his data. And then he also had, now here, Greg, we're going to talk about this. You have the exact same drawing as John. He has it as this storm and water dumping out. And in this page where we see this, he's talking about, you know, something moving, rising, something possibly hiding. And there's this energetic system that's starlight. It's bright. And this idea of reducing size, transforming something into something smaller. And if we think of a probability distribution that's collapsing into a particle of fixed properties, a fixed space. Now the photon is here and it's small, whereas before it was everywhere and expansive. And so Greg, John isn't here to kind of give us his experiential feel of the data. So why don't you give us yours for this particular, I know this was really early in your session, this was a visit, but do you have anything?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just going to maybe say back something you said, because this is it. How do you take consciousness and bring it down to reality? You must make it smaller to bring it here. And that's exactly what's happening there. You've got the great potential of what might be, and some of it will come here and be reality.
Yeah, I think that's really profound. So that was beautiful data, beautiful synchronicity there. And then did you want to talk here? Because it was really funny. It was really nice because I open your session and I started flipping through your pages and I immediately see the hill and the idea of a mega structure. So did you want to tell us about that?
Well, maybe I'll start here. Like, we worked this target blind, and it was probably 3 weeks before we had a reveal to know what it was. In that time, the telepathy tapes made it to me from 3 different sources, unrelated sources, and I didn't put it together until target reveal, and then I'm, oh my God, that's what this is. So early on, I had the hill come through in the data, and something specific to me in the meaning of this is a sacred space. That little building you see there indicates a sacred space, and this is also a protected space. Not just anyone can go here, and that came across very, very clearly. I got a lot of human aspects, human noise, motion. Interesting thing, I did not hear speaking, but I received messages. Yeah, so I really enjoyed this target. I found it deep, and I want to say I received a teaching here. And when I listened to everyone talk about this, I want to suggest that this target was full of teachings.
I'm glad that you had that experience, and I think you're right. I think that there was a lot in this target. I also think the teachings, definitely, I saw that as well. So yeah, a lot of profoundness here. And so here we have Cody. Cody, you also, like Jeff, or Greg, I open your session and I see the hill. So did you want to talk to us a little bit about the experiential feeling of this data?
Yeah, I didn't really think much of it at the start. I just thought it was a location. But down where that X is, just felt like a big hole, a big void that just didn't end. And the fire just kept coming through. And I don't know what it had to do with anything, but yeah, it was an odd target for me. I didn't know what to make. I couldn't make sense of it. I was getting lots of random stuff.
It's a really complex target. There's so many aspects to it. And especially if you're approaching it with the idea in mind that this is a landscape, a physical place, and you're trying to figure out what the data means from a physical perspective, and you're being given conceptual data, that can be really hard. And so I think that that's something that as remote viewers, you know, it's a struggle. You always have to figure out, is this a concept? Is it a metaphor? What am I dealing with here? Or sometimes you think it's a concept, but it's actual physical, tangible thing. And so I think that's one of the things with remote viewing. The more you do the different types of targets, you start to kind of figure out, oh, okay, this is a way to present this information. But I think for showing that you had target contact, this is excellent. And even the idea of this hole, this endless hole, right? You're in this space, you're in this cosmic space or this astral realm, whatever you want to call it. So I think that's really good data. And even the idea of fire, energy, a lot of people were picking up on this. You had as a purpose maybe something about investigating. We're going to see more data about this. But first, Chris, for your physical description, you even had the H for the hill. So do you want to talk a little bit about your data here?
Yeah, so that was funny because that was my first page, and my first visual was this weird looking H that I drew in the middle. So those are actually my first words. I wrote the letter H, images of a mountain. It seems to be linked to a famous mountain of some type. So that's pretty spot on for the hill. And then I said that there is a flow of energy pouring around the target. I see this as all the people connecting to it, to that network of energy. This could be literal energy or water streams. There's this idea of something flowing and flowing well in harmony. So I really love this first page. I think it's really spot on. I really loved reading that when I received the feedback review. And I also wrote that there is movement. I sense people walking in what seems to be a curved place. So that still fits, and I'm really happy about this first page. I'm probably going to do something you said to not do, but the only thing missing from my first page here is a guy that was also there, and I wrote it looks to be not a nice dude, and the way I interpret that is probably some kind of protection mechanism from the hill to not just allow anybody to come in and snoop in. So that's how I interpret it today, now that I have the feedback, that there is some kind of protection mechanism that kind of, like a bouncer, lets you in or not.
Yes, and this is something that I talked about with David and Tom Matt. We interviewed Tom Matt, who does sight vision, and he basically sees holograms in reality around us. It's like remote viewing, but it's without the effort or intention. He just kind of starts seeing these holograms of information around him. But we were talking about the watchers, that there does seem to be consciousness beings or systems that surveil, that monitor. And if they find you, a conscious mind, in a space that they don't expect you to be in, that they mark that, they notice it, they evaluate you, they assess you. Should you be here? Is it okay for you to be here? Are you the kind of consciousness that we should allow here? And then if they're okay with you being there, then you're there. If they're not, you get smacked down pretty quickly. And so it was interesting to talk to Tom Matt about it. And then so to hear you talking about it here in terms of the person that you saw, I think that's quite fascinating. And I think that's relevant. Let me go back to screen sharing. And so, Jeff, here was your physical description. I thought was really nice was that you're talking about this outdoor event, this open space, and you're talking about the setup before the broadcast. Do you want to say a little bit about some of the things, some of the data points here?
So it actually came up a few times in my pre-work about there being a place where you enter and then a place that you're going down to, which is sort of the opposite of the hill. It's not, you're not going up to a hill, but is that basically that there was some sort of a passageway that you took to get to this location? And broadcasting just came up over and over again in different ways.
Yeah, that was an interesting data point, the broadcasting. And then here, Cody, you saw this, something about space, floaty type feeling, weightless. You have this kind of object here. And Michael has very much the same kind of rocket in space. And so I thought maybe you could say a few things about this, Cody, about how that felt in relation to just the synchronicity there. It was just interesting to see Michael coming through with the same data point.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but it had something to do with that hole or that void. It seemed like nothing. There was just, you were in nothing, but there was the fire as well on one side. That's all there was, and it was really starting to piss me off. I couldn't make sense of it, so I just kind of moved away from it.
I wonder if this ties back to what Jeff was just saying about a tunnel through or a vehicle to access it, because Michael saw it as well as a rocket. I think this idea of you have to make your way to this place, right? And it's in consciousness. So it is, like you're saying, a void. You're not there. You're there, but your body isn't. And so how do you get there? What vehicle do you use to get there? Consciousness frequency. We're going to see this in the data coming up. So I thought those were really good data points. Here we have data from John, who's talking about space as well. He feels like it's in outer space. He feels like he's an astronaut there, and that there are these gates that open for passage. And again, this idea of, are the gates open to you or are the gates closed to you? And this idea of trying to get a signal, but it's fuzzy. So again, accessing data in the data stream, and sometimes it's really, really clear and vivid, and sometimes a little bit less so. He's talking as well. Here, a trackway or a trail, possibly tracking someone. So can you follow someone else there? I know in my earlier days of remote viewing, I discovered when I was doing group remote viewing that I could jump onto someone else's signal line. And so there was a psychic that I had met at an Herba conference, Marla, and she's a wonderful psychic and she's a wonderful woman. And I remember having trouble connecting to a target one day, and I just thought, oh, let's just jump onto Marla's access to the Akashic Records, to the signal line. And she sent me an email the next morning saying, Sasha, what were you doing last night? And I sent her an email saying, oh, I just borrowed your signal line access. And that was fine. She thought that was funny. And it was totally okay. She's like, anytime. But it's funny that you can do that. And so I think some of that is kind of coming through here, this idea of following someone. And I think, we've talked about this, about group cohesion. Some of these, we just saw that with Michael and Cody, and they're both drawing these rockets. They both have the concept of space, and we've seen it with the pathway and then the probability waves in multiple people's sessions. It's that echoing, that synchronicity. Some of that is that sharing of the signal line. If someone has a really clear path to the target, you can jump on their path and you can follow them to that place in the data stream if you want to. And yeah, so I thought that was really nice. He also, again, he drew the hill and he had the entrance to it. Again, that idea that there's an entrance. It's not just free access, that there is some mechanism of evaluation. And he also has this idea of seeing the earth from space, or just this idea of being separate, being above, being away from our world, our reality. So I thought that was really good. And then he's, again, picking up on the aggressive, ferocious, protective aspect. So that was more the point of interest for him. He was really describing, what is this protective force? What is it protecting? And so I thought that was really, really interesting. And he said, I see my reflection and I'm scared of it. That idea of, you see yourself in the data stream, you see your book in the Akashic Records. It's a reflection of you. And how do you deal with that, seeing that every thought you have, everything you say, everything you do is recorded and it's stored there, not just for you to access, but for anybody else to access as well. That can be a little bit scary to see yourself there. And then Chris, you also had us in space. Do you want to talk a little bit about this?
Yeah, it just felt a bit like what I drew. There's nothing really tangible here, but I really had that perception that I was looking at something fixed, but from outer space, and kind of like in a tube like that. So I was really was just weird because it was like a telescope, but like reverse, like a telescope looking on Earth. So that's kind of the feeling that was coming from that. And yeah, I wrote that it was feeling weird.
Yeah, nice. And then here's where it gets really, really wonderful, because you had this data point in your session, and then later in your session, you did the FSI chapter,
Yeah.
now it's chapter 10, where you're looking for correspondences between your work and the work of other remote viewers in your group. And you had for Michael, what data would Michael have that would correspond with your data? And you drew this rod beaming down on Earth. And then when I look to Michael's session, I see the rod has it with a diamond or radiant aspect at the top. He has this burst of power coming out of it. And Jeff, I see it in your session as well, where you're talking about the broadcast tower, and it's emitting a message and it's emitting light. And so this is fantastic on multiple levels. One, just the data that's coming through. Two, great job, Chris, on doing a chapter 10 of FSI and getting it really, really accurately. You did a perfect job of this. And this is the power of its use.
That's really cool. I never do it, but this time I felt like I wanted to do it. So that's really cool that it was actually a hit.
It was, yeah. And so, Jeff, what do you make of this? The correspondence, is that nice to see? Or
Yes, absolutely. I mean, every time that remote viewers on the same tasking see very similar data, that's just reinforcing that there's something, this is working, and that there's something common that we're all seeing together.
yes. Yeah, it's that shared consciousness. It's kind of a shared trip, to this one place that where the data is. So very, very nice. One of the things that I really liked here in Michael's data was this idea of reification. So, and I've talked about this with some of my students. I've had for quite a while, I've talked about this. I think when I was doing HRVG, I've noticed that it's my belief that the creator of a remote viewing system imbues that system with a little bit of their own abilities. And so it's as though you create a template in the data stream. And then when people use your template, they kind of get access to some of your data because you've imbued it with yourself. And so when you do Ingo Swan's CRV, I think you're picking up on some of the artistic visual aspects that Ingo had, and that got imbued into his system. When you do HRVG, I think that the Richard Ireland and Glenn, who helped develop the system, they've imbued their own aspects into it, right, Jeff? Is that, yeah? And so you can kind of, it flavors the methodology and the abilities of the students of that methodology. And so for Full Spectrum Illumination, because I created it, and I didn't intend this, but I can see it because I have synesthesia, because I get so many concepts as taste. I can see in the taste column, especially for Michael, he's starting to taste concepts, and the concepts that he tastes are usually extremely accurate. And so it's funny for me to see that validation of a belief that I've had, this idea that I've had for a while now, that the instructor, the creator of the remote viewing methodology, does have, it's more than just, here's, put this on this column, put your name here on the page, right? It's something more. You're putting yourself into it. And so I was really just delighted to see that he was tasting reification. And for the audience, so reification, if you don't know, because it's not a word we commonly use, but I put the definition here. It refers to the act of treating abstract concepts. So if something is abstract, it's intangible, it's just a complex concept, it's just an idea, as though it's something concrete, as though it's a tangible object. So something that's abstract, intangible, and you treat it as an object. And that's what we do a lot with remote viewing. We're talking about that with Cody's Hill drawings, and trying to figure out, is this something tangible that I'm describing, or is this a concept, an intangible? And so for Michael, when he's describing this in particular, this tower, the light coming out of it, he mentioned this idea that under his taste column, he had peppermint, refined, reified. So I thought that was, and then underneath that, he has this idea of high frequency, sound of whistling. We'll get into that, I think, in the next slide. But yeah, so I thought that was really beautiful. And Chris, you had that idea of God coming through, and Michael on the same page has this idea of the Trinity. And so I just thought this is really, really nice to see. Claudia, you are talking to us here about constructed consciousness construct, constructed space, something energetic. There are a few things that I wanted to point out here. We're going to see it in John's data as well. So this pulsing inward, outward with the energy, but also your pyramid is your source of energy. In the center of this step-like pyramid, you have the pillar that everybody else had. So I thought, right, it came through for you as well. So did you want to say a few things about that?
Well, I strongly felt that something came from under and poured out at the top side, but it was really an energy which, well, you see it on the right side. It came out, but it bounced and bounced back again. So it became a perpetuum energy.
A perpetual energy kind of machine.
So it's, I don't know, it's, maybe that's the energy of the data stream or of the other realm, something like that. But it was bouncing. That was really the feeling I had there. Action, reaction. Yeah.
Maybe the energy of consciousness, the energy of source, right? The energy that animates everything. What I found really interesting here is that you had it kind of like a step pyramid. And then when I looked at John's session, he had it as these stacked blocks. But you can see as well, he's drawing half of your pyramid, right? Of that.
Oh, yes, indeed.
And so, and in the context of his, he's seeing it as, again, I see it as the constructed space. He's seeing it as these boxes. You're creating this structure, and then you're moving it. And so again, really deep data about the hill. So he's talking about you're storing something. You're storing information in these blocks, and then you're moving them. Jeff, you had this idea, the spider web, and then you're talking about the storage of old records. And I saw that earlier, we talked about it as maybe referencing Akashic records, kind of the data storage. And in John's data here, where we've just connected that to Claudia's idea of something like a tower, energy in and out, he's talking here about being caught up in something like a net. And so that the information, these blocks are stacked, but they're also wrapped up or caught up in something like a net. I see that as an echo of your spider web data, Jeff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes, it does. So one of the words that has been used that maybe you didn't tie into all this, people have used crystallization throughout their sessions a lot. Yeah. And I almost view it as crystallization of the data as well, and that being a way to store it.
Yes, I love that. Yes. And that also the geometric patterns that you were talking about with the tree, and it comes up in some of the future data points as well. Yes, that makes sense. Like a crystal lattice where everything is connected, every point is a node. And if you think of our minds as that as well, right? Every human mind is a node in this connected crystal lattice. I like that. And so then here we're going to talk about who else is accessing the hill. A little bit of mystery. So Jeff, here you had this faceless person, and they're wearing a device, and you're asking, what is this device? It's a data recorder of some kind. And I'll have you talk a little bit more about it, but I just wanted to put here. So as my analysis, I was like, okay, is this a remote viewer recording data about the hill, working as a contractor for the people that you mentioned, the royal families, the powers of the Middle East, maybe to reverse engineer the construction of the hill, of this place, to build their own functional copies for their own purposes, because that's data that we've kind of seen hinted at throughout. The idea of copies of a constructed meeting place in consciousness, where people can come, can communicate, can share information without having to go to an identifiable meetup site in our reality. So you can't spy on them, you can't intercept their email, because they're exchanging information in a consciousness construct, maybe a temple like the Freemasons use. So I was kind of thinking, looking at your data, what other purposes might the powers that be have for this kind of a construct? So not just to communicate amongst themselves like the autistic children do, but maybe as well to try to access information from the Akashic records, the data stream about our reality, yes, but also about our future. And so to create, like the Freemasons, a temple to make it easier to access the data about the future for people who don't have maybe the training that we have, or maybe who don't have the purity of intent that we have. What are your thoughts about this? We'll start with you, Jeff.
So I didn't have any thoughts of it in that whole realm of what you described until you just said that. But basically, I when I would analyze this, I would stop at faceless and like, why would they be faceless? That doesn't make any sense. But everything that you just said explains it. I like your analysis a lot.
I'm glad. Go ahead, Greg.
On this one, I just want to offer something that came through for me, and I'm going to use different ways of referring to the same thing here. The liminal space, the room, the upper room, the black box, the garden, in this case, the hill, and for people of a religious context, Solomon's temple. It is all the same thing. So for people needing to go to the hill and replicate, make your own, stay away, right?
Well, I think that's what people do. And I think, the idea of going to the hill, I think most people wouldn't necessarily have the understanding to get there, even if they tried. So yes, that there are bouncers there as well, but I think for most people, they don't have the coherence of intent to be able to find their path there. And we talked about that earlier, that idea of like trying to hijack someone else's path, trying to trail them, trying to follow them there. But yes, I do think, again, people are constructing these places in consciousness, and you're all accessing the data stream, but you can create different structures to access them. Some people create a TV screen in their mind, the Silva method, and then you have the data stream project the data onto the TV screen so that you can visually see it. It's the same thing as you can ask it to be narrated to you. You can ask the data stream, pretend that you're Nikola Tesla and talk to me as though you're Nikola Tesla. And so, Nikola Tesla, what do you think about, I don't know, this particular target we're working on? And Nikola Tesla, you'll hear, oh, he's telling me this, he's telling me that. Again, it's data in the data stream, and you're embodying the data. You're experiencing it through your sensory apparatus as a human being. If you were an octopus, you'd experience it differently through your senses, through the senses that you have, right? Maybe more tentacular data. But that's a great point, Greg. Yes, that all these different places are the same kind of construct, but they're accessing the same underlying data stream. So we're building all these little structures, and we're all accessing that data stream. And the hill is one of many. So yeah, I think that's a great point. Okay, let me get back to this. So yeah, so Jeff, I'm glad that your data was so playful, and it was I could see so much in it, and so I'm glad that you include all these things, like the data point of faceless. I'm glad that you included that as a data point, because all of these things help to create that analysis, to make sense of the data. So here, Jeff, where you had this idea of moving heavy objects, a person shouting orders. I see a bit of a correlation here with some of John's data, where he's talking about life forms in disagreement. There's intentional action, and it feels like an attack. And there's a confrontation, a large challenge. There's conflict around a specific location. And tension is high, and all this conflict, and he's talking about it in relation to this cavity or void inside a mountain. So this is the hill, and again, trying to cut open the hill, trying to cut something open, trying to access what's inside the data. using brute force, using aggression, using conflict. I think that that's not the way. And I do think that that is why remote viewing has been pushed into the public domain rather than staying in the private, classified military domain, because their approaches are not working. And they need our softer, fluffy bunny approaches, because we get better data, I think, in a lot of ways. And so because we have that ability to get through the bouncers, that I think maybe some groups that are maybe being more aggressive about it don't. And so, Jeff, I've been watching Fringe lately. And it's incredible. For people who haven't seen Fringe, the first episode, this is why I'm watching it. The first episode talks about Persinger's research, and clearly, concisely, as though it's like, oh, Fringe, science fiction, weird show, but they're actually describing Persinger's research. They're telling you what Persinger was doing. They're telling you how he was doing it. They're telling you what he achieved. And because we know, because we have access to the declassified documentation, and we're interested in this, so like, I already knew, because David and I have been looking into it and talking about it, Persinger's work. So then when I saw Fringe, I'm like, they're actually leaking secrets. This isn't just some weird science fiction show. They're telling us secrets about military research into psychic phenomena. And so then when I saw your data here, you're seeing these boxes, these scorecards, these matrices. And it's funny because in Fringe, there's the psychic girl, and she's being told, use your psychic abilities to turn off these lights in this grid. And the box has a 7x7 matrix as well. And so I just thought it's really funny, because it's this idea of turning on the lights, turning off the lights, twinkle dark, using your psychic ability. And that idea of these autistic children who are maybe nonverbal, but they have telepathy, not just telepathy, like Chris was saying, it's not just telepathy, it's also what we do with remote viewing. So they're not just getting the numbers from the minds of their mother, they're also maybe accessing the data stream in a more pure way. And so when I saw this, I just thought it's a really nice little presentation there.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's also reminiscent of the letterboards.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I have it here on the slide.
Yes.
So it's the letterboards that they were pointing to and indicating. And so what I was thinking is, I think that the military was doing research like this. And I think you're picking up on that overlay of because I see Fringe as leaking secrets about actual research that was done. And so I think that they actually did have these light boxes. I think this was an exercise that was given to people in the military to test their psychic ability, turn on the little lights, turn off the little lights. And we saw this at the PEAR lab, the Princeton Engineering Anomalies lab, where they had people staring at lights, trying to turn them on or off. And so this is something that we know from the literature is a test that were done. And so, yeah, I think that there's that correlation there between even the idea of giving these kinds of tests to these nonverbal autistic children. I think you're kind of mirroring that idea that the military has kind of put out in popular culture. And then here, you're describing these groups of people, and I thought, are you describing the autistic children? So I wanted you to talk a little bit about that.
I'm not sure. So, okay, there's this picture of a robot. There's one other sketch of a human in some sort of a suit that also looks very robotic. But basically, these are, in terms of autism, I'm going to describe it as a soul in a body, but that particular soul can't work the body. And that's how I view this experiment in some way, shape, or form. That basically, how do we get these very special souls to be able to function in these bodies?
Yeah.
And it's a trial and error, and it's, okay, how do we get this to progress?
Yeah. And they describe themselves in that way in the telepathy tapes, that they're like, we're stuck in these bodies that are not cooperating fully. And so we can't talk, we can't do all these things, but doesn't mean that our minds are not coherent.
And the picture to the left there, what I drew was 2 teeth in gums. That's what I don't think I actually labeled it, but teeth have roots. I mean, teeth are very interesting metaphors. I'm not quite sure what that means.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? It's the physical expression, and then there's the bloodstream that's feeding all of the teeth. I don't know. We'll have to think about that a little bit more. But the idea of the person breathing in a quiet room and the meditator who accessed the hill through meditation, I think that was good. And you mentioned earlier that maybe some of us here are on the spectrum a little bit, and girls express autism a little bit differently, but I also definitely put myself a little bit on the spectrum as well. And so when you have this idea of like, they're kind of like robots, I kind of relate to that, to be honest. We're kind of different than other humans. And so I didn't take it as a derogatory thing, but when you're trying to make sense of some of us who are different in these very similar ways, and again, some of us hide it better than others depending on different things, I think it's good data. And so here again, you have more information here that I thought probably related to that. The idea of a teen prank, teens playing, and I thought that was really good for
Yes.
they sneak off in the middle of the night to the hill to hang out with their friends. Yeah. And then here, Michael's data is talking about probability distributions that get collapsed into fixed values that are reported, that are stored here in this space. And so he's talking about reporting, distribution. And like you were saying, Jeff, about broadcasting, he's talking about trying to get a message out. And he has this boy who's like trying to sell newspapers, like, listen up, I have this news I want to share, pay attention, buy the paper. And he has this idea of like attention grabbing, compelling, flooding the airwaves. That kind of connects to your broadcasting tower as well. This idea of some gossip going viral. And he has this idea of no nonsense, letter of the law. To me, I see that as the Akashic records, where it's like it's recording what you say, what you think, not what you wish you had said, although it will record that as a thought, but it will record what you said. And he's talking here about transmission without medium, the sense of the feel of like vacuum, transmission through a vacuum. And I think that that's the one thing a lot of people try to put remote viewing, put psychic access into this kind of box of, it's something to do with electromagnetism. Maybe not. Maybe it's just that whatever it does have to do with impacts both the electromagnetic field, the ether field, and the consciousness field as well. But I did think it was interesting that you also had this idea of the vacuum in your session, Jeff, and that the frequency is high, it's shrill. And for other people who have maybe had some experiences, there are, I don't know how much I want to say today, but that piercing frequency of God, right? The voice of God that's so piercing that only angels are supposed to hear it and interpret it and tell the humans, because when you're exposed to it directly, you feel like you're going to start bleeding out of your ears. And so when I saw the high shrill in your data beside the vacuum, and then I connected that to Michael's idea of this transmission through a vacuum that doesn't have a medium, I think that's a really nice little connection. Do you have anything to add to that, Jeff, or is that a playful interpretation?
I'll just say that everything you just said, I could describe a synchronicity that happened in my life in between doing the target and the reveal that mirrors that exactly, but we don't need to get into the details. You do have
a story to tell us. Do you want to tell it now, or do you want to tell it at the end?
I will go ahead and tell it now. So I'm going to put this up to the screen. This is a piece silver dollar. So I've told stories in public several times about in 2008, the time of the financial crisis. I had this dream, and in this dream, I placed very specifically 5 peace silver dollars at different points around the globe. And they form this very specific shape. So the first 3 were a triangle, 1,000 feet on each side. Then there was one that was in the center of that triangle. And then the 5th was on the anti-mode point. Is that what it's called? So basically the complete opposite point on the globe.
Antipode.
Antipode. And that this was going to bring peace to the financial system. Okay, so that's I had this dream, and I fulfilled this dream. I placed these. The one other thing is that these were peace silver dollars. Peace silver dollars are interesting because they were minted between World War I and World War II in the United States to basically commemorate the end of the Great War, World War I. And this is just such a powerful symbol because they melted down munitions that were left over from the war and put them into the coins. So this is just a tremendous symbol of peace in my world. And then, okay, that was the first 5. I bought a lot of these, and anytime I travel anywhere unique, I like to place them at some place in the earth, typically is one way I do it. But sometimes I will meet a person and I'm just compelled to give them one of these. So I met a very long story, but in the short version, I met an autistic boy named Juan. I actually thought his name was Michael. It's actually Juan. I just actually got contact information for his father. I'm going to be sending, if he hasn't gotten the telepathy tapes, he needs to see them. So Juan is, when I met him, I think he was 17 years old, nonverbal autistic. He rocks back and forth, and that's most of what he does. And I met him by telling somebody that I was struck by lightning, and it just created a spark, if you will. This person took me to see Juan's father. And Juan's father basically checked me out. He asked me a whole bunch of questions and said, okay, I think that you're here to see my son. And so Juan doesn't handle strangers well. I go in and I have one of these in my pocket. And I said, Juan, this is for you. And I basically put it in front of him. He was sitting on sort of like a table bed sort of combination thing at the time. And I put it down in front of him, and we didn't speak, but I swore I basically told him the story I just told all of you about my dream telepathically. And I'm seeing him understand me. And then he starts telepathically speaking back to me. And he basically says, you have to give my father a message. Tell him I am not sick. This is not a problem. I am here with a purpose, and I have a very important job to do. So that was the message that he gave to me to give to his father. And then after this, I touched him on his shoulder, and I could hear his father gasp, because he later said he never lets anybody touch him. I can barely even touch him. It's a very rare occasion where anybody can touch him. And yet I was able to touch him, and he was quite fine with that. So we had just this bonding experience, and he has to learn about the telepathy tapes if he hasn't already. I kind of have the feeling that they know, because this is a very special person. And I was honored to meet him.
That's beautiful. And yes, definitely you have to send him the information so he can find the others. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm so moved. The touch thing, I think in particular, I think a lot of us resonate with that, understand that, relate to that. I think that's something, yeah, really interesting. I like that. Thank you for sharing, Jeff. And I love this idea of what you're doing, hiding these little silver pieces to bring kind of.
Okay, so actually that was the one other thing I wanted to mention. So when I came up, so I talked about geometry, I talked about feng shui, I talked about placement of geometric objects. I'm like, okay, I don't know what instructed what my dream to put these silver dollars at specific places around the planet, but that was a type of feng shui. So there's some connection here to that in the autistic community.
Yes, the placement of objects, the placement of things, the nodes. Yeah, I can kind of see it in a fuzzy way. I have to think about this. Yeah, you're building something in consciousness, but there's as above, so below. There's a truth to that esoterica thinks that they've understood, but that they haven't. There are ways to mirror things to help manifestation, right? And they have one approach to it, but there's a different way to do it as well. But I think that there's part of that to this. I think, yeah.
In Feng Shui, you also have this idea of the 5 Chinese elements, because you're speaking about 5 coins. And those 5 elements, which are the earth, fire, water, metal, and I don't remember, but yeah, fire. Yeah. But all of them make a cycle that interacts all with each other. And this whole thing is the everything and the balance. So what you're saying with putting all of your coins, once it's achieved, would bring this balance. So that makes sense in that way to me.
I just have to say a movie reference too. Lulu Dallas Multipass. If you've never seen the movie,
yeah,
The Fifth Element, it's okay.
That's why I call my car Lilu.
Very good.
Because it's an electric car and I have 2,000 charging cards, so it's like the multipass.
And Chris, it's funny that you mentioned the 5 elements, because I don't have it in the slides, but Jeff, you had those, you had feng shui and the elements in one of your pages. Didn't you not? Yes, you did. Yeah. Yes. And Vlad in chat says, amazing story, Jeff. Thank you for sharing. And I appreciate that, Vlad, in chat. And so moving forward, are you pure enough to access the hill? And Jeff, one of the things in one of your pages, you said you were kind of probing. You said, that's not the right question. What's the best question? And you talked about, is it safe to remove the box? Oh, Cody, this might make sense now. Because Jeff, this is something I missed earlier, but now I see it. Jeff, when you were talking about the investigator of the hill, this person here, the people who are accessing the hill, maybe we talked about this. You talked about this black box as a data recorder. Okay, so now here, is it safe to remove the box? Is it safe to remove the remote viewing, maybe data that we've recorded about the hill? Who will be fearless? Who will step beyond? Do you want to talk a little bit about your data here in that context? But yeah.
I don't know what to say. When I wrote it, fearless was the word that seemed most appropriate. And that's why I circled it in yellow. This is not for the weak. You have to be strong if you're going to be on this path.
Yes. And, you know, this idea of the story, the truth, the creation of truth, right? There's the story, there's the truth that comes out of it. And then there's the truth creation. Again, we're talking about the data stream, the hill, the records of our reality. We're talking about the distortion of data and what impact that has on our reality. We're talking about the patterns of order that are imposed on our reality that maybe affect our DNA and the manifestation of order and matter in our reality. You're talking about, will you pass testing the human race? Do they succeed or do they fail? Do 20% pass and everybody else fails? So again, it's the idea of purity, the idea of how do you access the data stream, these sacred spaces. And then the box, is it safe to remove the box? I sent a message to Cody because he had data about the box, and I said, you're gonna have to help me decode it. And so we'll come to that slide later, but I think, Cody, that might tie into that. So, and then here's more about this idea of purification for access to the hill. So Jeff, you had this idea of like replication or growth process and enzymes and, you know, all these different things, and to purify and then identify.
And build a future.
Yeah, building a future. Tell us more about that a little bit.
I don't know, but so what is the purpose of these people with autism? I'm sure that there is a purpose. They are here for a reason. It's not because they ate too many chemical colors.
Yeah. And I don't know if I have this later in my slides or not, but I'll bring the idea up here. I do think if you want psychic people who also are easy in some ways to control, who don't have high needs for bonding and affection, you could orchestrate that through interrupting the growth process of fetuses or children or infants through vaccination, or different ways that you could do this. If you're wanting to create an army of super psychic people who obey you because they don't have a spouse, or they are not necessarily bonded to their spouse, so they're bonded to you and you're the one giving them orders. There's something along these lines that I've seen coming through in different places and different data sets, and I think we're touching on that here. It's a little bit more controversial, so I don't want to talk about it too much, but I do think that there's something to that. Michael also had that idea of purification as being the end product of this orchestration, purification of meaning. And again, we are the meaning. There's the data, but it's static. There's consciousness, and consciousness acts on data to give it meaning, to make the meaning manifest, right? So I think that there's something to that. And then Michael also had this idea of memetics. He had, am I missing? No, we'll come to that again. But you're talking about growth, replication of the growth process. And he's talking about this memetics, this evolution of information, evolution of meaning, of data that exists in this reality, and then as well in the grounder system, of which this reality is just one small part, right? There are all these other, like we've talked about, there are these other temples and realms and astral spaces, whatever terms people want to use. And so it's this idea of, is its purpose the evolution of meaning from the static information through the application of consciousness? So that's something I think that came through the idea of memetics in Michael's data that I really thought was wonderful. And then there's a little bit about time, because we've talked about the predictive element, and Jeff, you're talking about the future, and we've seen others that, John had the data about there's something predictive here. And so Claudia, you're also talking to us about time here, and Egyptian to ancient time. You're talking about this boat as a passage to the afterlife. And do you want to say a little bit about this here, or I have a similar slide for you a little bit later when we're talking about the afterlife?
Yeah, well, I picked up on the transformation, on the move from this life to another life. So maybe this is then the whole, the afterlife, the space where the souls move in. So
yes, and soul is the consciousness, right? That's your consciousness, your soul moving through from this reality, this physical, tangible place, to this other place, this other realm. And so seeing that through the Egyptian themes of the boat ride to the afterlife, I think it's really good. Yeah. And the idea of God in the boat, the idea of sacredness, the idea of something greater kind of comes through here. A few people, John had this idea of a stopwatch, the cone. Chris, you had the timing of the event really, really well placed. I just wanted to give you a gold star for that. You did a timeline.
Yeah, and I stopped in 2026, so maybe something will happen next year related to that.
But I think you had the idea that this is, fairly current, and the telepathy tapes are, so really good timeline there. And then we have this idea of investigating the hill. Who's investigating the hill? How they're investigating the hill. We are investigating the hill. And are we putting on protective suits? Are people putting shielding in order to get through? Are people putting kind of constructs around themselves to more easily access it? The idea, claws more than hands, I thought that was an interesting data point for a few reasons. But you have the idea of measurement, Jeff, in your data, right? That you're measuring, scientific experiment controlled. You also, again, you have that idea of the crystal lattice, the nodes, and the connection. Did you have anything that you wanted to say about this data?
Not particularly, no. I mean, let it speak for itself.
Yeah, I think that works.
As you will.
Michael also had this idea of going to this place to investigate it. He's going there on a plane, so that idea of like you have to go through the air, through to the astral realm. He has the hills in the background here as well, so I thought that was really good. And then he's bringing in this idea of the low hum, static electricity. He has the concept of iron, lots of hard work invested. I want to say something about this because it will come up when I talk about my session in a later video. And I might, for the audience, I might invite some of the viewers from the live stream group to play a part in the video that David and I do on my session on the hill. I also had that idea of iron, wrought iron, and I think it helps make more sense of my data, seeing Michael describe it as this idea of as the result of hard work, and the hill being a constructed environment in consciousness, and that people have had to construct it, and you go there, you add your energy to it, you add your intent, you add your coherence to build these spaces, right? And Greg, that's what you were saying, that different people, different groups, they build these different consciousness constructs in order to either better access the data stream or in order to better manipulate this reality. And so again, that's that idea of hard work being involved, of trying to build something that primitive humans that we are, because we are still very primitive, where, you know, we have this idea of like iron, and we're constructing something, and we're trying to build something in this astral or spiritual realm. So I thought that was really nice data from Michael. So we'll see more of that later. But I also thought, you know, he has this idea of the Sagrada Familia, this cathedral in Italy. Again, that sacred space that you're going to. And so I thought there was a nice connection, Jeff, with your idea of investigating the realm. And then Chris, I thought this was, Chris, you're really, really strong on this of past, present, and future for in your sessions. And this is really, really good. Do you want to say a little bit about this?
Yes, so the way I interpret that after the target review is that in the past, it was kind of peaceful, technological advancement, kept in the dark, no ill intentions. So this is really something that was kept hidden. They were doing their thing, they had their thing. Nobody knew about it except for the people involved. So this makes sense to me. It's weird that I put no ill intention without the H. And that's maybe that's far-fetched, but I see it now. Now, it's gaining in popularity, that thing. So I have the now column that says that there's a lot of movement. It's animated, it's on the edge of explosion. I mean, the telepathy tapes is like really in the top 10 for a long time of the podcasts. And not everyone likes to listen to paranormal stuff usually. So that says something about it. It's very popular. And the future, I see that it's organized, treated, and processed. So the way I interpret that is that maybe somehow non-local perception, including telepathy, will be more formalized in a sense or a way, or the people that manage to get in touch with those places maybe will be more free to join those kind of spaces. I'm not really sure, but from what I see here, it's that it will be more open and more structured in general.
And that's something we saw in other data as well, this opening up of this place. I also see some perhaps negative interpretations that are possible as well. This idea of it being processed and treated, this idea of this, you know, we saw a lot of it in John's session, the military approach to these places where it becomes something that they use for their purposes, and only, you know, how do you get access to it if they're controlling access to it in different ways, right? And although, you know, I did say earlier, I think that in some ways they brought remote viewing to the public sphere because they weren't able to do what we can do for various reasons. I do still think that they do have high level research and development going on in the psychic applications, psychic tools, psychic structures that they are building. And so I think that there's something about that is maybe a little bit concerning, but we'll lean toward Jeff's interpretation of hope that, and we'll see what comes. But I thought that was really good data. And then the blue light, a lot of people brought up this blue light. I saw it as cobalt blue. And so it's really nice to open up your sessions. And Jeff, you had colored it in as blue. Chris, you're mentioning this spiky blue-green flashes of light that you saw. And John, he saw hoisting, lifting things up. I see that as connected with two things. One, Jeff, your data, these 16 to 1, again, your matrix of these tubes. You could talk about microtubules and consciousness if you want to. You can talk about the rods and cones in your eyes that allow us to perceive something. And in that moment of perception, we collapse a probability wave into a fixed property, particle, or tangible reality. We could also talk about the building of reality from intention, the co-construction of reality. And so I see here this blue light as intention, that when it's concentrated, it can affect reality. That's what I see in your data, Jeff. And a concentration of the data that transforms it from a data probability to a manifested reality. So I thought that was really, really nice. And then Chris, you had this idea of a figure painting. And so this idea of there's an artistic feel to this, this creation. Someone saying something.
Yeah, I also linked that to maybe the spelling aspect, because I put the figure painting or doing something similar in movement. And if you think about it, when they are spelling, it is a bit like what you would do when you're painting.
Oh, yeah, that makes
The
sense.
movement, I see the similarity there.
Yeah. And Jeff and Greg and Claudia and Cody, do you guys have any thoughts about the blue light?
In terms of the blue light, when the first drawings you showed about the slit experiment, my pillars were also that same color of blue.
Yeah.
So that's with regard to the blue. I do want to say something about my drawing of those. I call them two bundles, and I have a very specific interpretation of it. Don't know if it's right or not, but I have felt this way about some, but definitely not all, autistic people. And that my perception is that there is more than one soul in that body. And that has been part of this experiment. And maybe by binding souls together in a certain way, you make them more stable and they can coexist in a body. That's how I interpret that drawing.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
I have to think about that. That's really profound. I think that's a valid. I think I think that's good. There's a good idea.
There's a few things encoded in our data that are really quite beautiful, in my opinion. There's a teaching in here, if people were to dig into it and look for it. And I outlined it, Sasha, in that document I gave you. On the two bundles, two teeth, I think in my data I had a tuning fork, two souls in the body. This is an attunement to allow source to come through, is the way I would interpret it. The blue, and in Jeff's data, he's kind of asking this question, and he mentioned early on the impact of feeling this thing in his heart, and I had a similar experience. What is the key? How do you get there? Well, it's the opposite of being in fear. It is being in love. It is having an open heart. The fourth chakra, blue. This is all over in the data, right? So what we have here, in my opinion, is a recipe for how to participate with these people, because it turns out we are the challenged ones, not them.
Or maybe just challenged in different ways. I think, yeah. Because I'm not necessarily on board with deification of otherness. I
agree with that too. Yes.
Right? So aliens necessarily have to be superior gods. Autistic children have to necessarily be superior godlike beings. I think that I'm not comfortable with that, but I think seeing them as maybe equal contributions, right? I think that that's maybe the value there, saying that even though in our societies we may not appreciate or understand the contributions that they can make, that the potential is there, and that they're doing it, but in a different way, in a different realm, and helping them to do that more significantly in this realm, in this reality, that's something we should be striving for. Definitely. Yeah, I agree with that. I also saw the blue-green light as the light that makes up the holograms of our reality. And so that was one of the things that I thought was interesting, because Jeff, like you said, you saw the probability waves in the same blue. And so there's something there that I think is maybe intriguing. We'll have to think about it a little bit more about.
Yes, and I remember in the first episode of the tapes, they mentioned something that the autistic children saw the letters with colors, the C in pink and the P in blue, something like that. So this reminded me of that they see in colors.
Yes, yeah, the synesthesia. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because synesthetes do seem to have a bit of an easier time of remote viewing. Yeah. And so I wish Jet was here, but he isn't. But yeah, I do think that these pillars, when you see it with Jeff's split wave experiment, so the diffusion pattern of the waves, and then the fixed properties, the particles, and he's talking, and you can see in his drawing, he's hoisting up the particles onto these probability distribution waveforms. So again, that's that idea of like collapsing the waveform into a fixed reality, and that fixed reality gets encoded in the data stream, right? But there has to be a realm where all the possibilities are also encoded, right? So there's the realm of what could be, and then here is where what could be becomes what is, and then that gets recorded. So I think there's just a lot here, very profound. And then, Jeff, we have the librarian or the curator, and you have him as the judge. And so, Brett Stewart is the first person I heard refer to the curator type character, the librarian of the Akashic records, that goes, and if you're working in some groups, not in all, but in some groups, the information, the data seems to be parsed out. So you get the physical data, somebody else gets the conceptual, somebody else gets, about the fence and the barrier. And so the data is kind of distributed, and that there seems to be a consciousness or some kind of organizing principle that does that distribution. And Brett Stewart called him the curator, I think, or the librarian kind of person in the Akashic records. And so to see, this is how I interpreted your judge as, and we'll see there's other people who had kind of similar data, but is there anything here? Because this is in relation to the beans in the tubes that I saw as the rods and cones and the eyes of perception.
So I'll just mention the other thing that I drew there was, okay, so a lot of my data is symbolic, and I think of a judge wearing a wig like that as being very British. I'm like, is there some sort of British connection here? So I drew Britain, which I can't believe how good of a job I did, because that's something I would typically do. If you would have asked me, what's the shape of Great Britain? I just kind of scribbled something, and it sort of actually is kind of close. Yeah. And I put a city on there that actually has wig in the name, and it actually really exists, and it's about in that location. So I really wonder what that might, if that has some sort of connection to the target. Is that just my mind wandering? Where did that come from?
What is MI5? What are the the British doing in that place?
I don't know.
Because we know the Stargate, we know all the US, but we don't know very much about England's research into these kind of topics. So I think we should go check that out. So yeah, we'll have to do some research on Wigton in the UK. Michael had it as a dignitary or an ambassador, and so I thought that was really interesting little connection there. And then, Chris, you mentioned this earlier about this person being more of a bouncer. Do you want to say a few things about it here?
Yeah, it ties into what we're speaking here as well. So he wasn't looking like a bad person, but looking not like super welcoming either, like just like a not nice dude. And when I look at the sketch of the judge of Jeff, it's a bit similar in the way he looks.
Yes. Yeah, he's not
Just
super.
doesn't look that welcoming.
Yeah. And he even has the idea of a serious British judge kind of person. So yeah, that's a really good little connection there. Here's Jeff, your page about the feng shui, the placement. And then there's something else that I saw here that we're going to see beautifully mirrored in other people's data. And this is, okay, so we have a coded reality and it's expressed through the observation by consciousness of consciousness. And then that kind of brings us a little bit to these ideas of enlightenment. And you have this cap, this containment. There's a lot of data here that can be interpreted in a lot of different ways. One of the interpretations that we could apply to extract meaning. And again, when you have really good remote viewers on a target that they really connect with, I've seen this again and again and again. The data stream is so complex and so much more profound than our little human minds can kind of make sense of, but it often offers data in multiple layers of meaning. So there are multiple ways that you can interpret data and derive meaning that's relevant and important. And it also seems to know who's going to be doing the analysis. And oftentimes I find the data in the remote viewing sessions will speak to the analyst, right? We've all seen this and we've mentioned it before. And so sometimes I'll see things in your data. I'm like, oh, that's for me. But so here, the cap containment idea, it's mirrored in Chris's session and in Claudia's session and in John's session. Everyone's talking about the container of souls. And so I think even though we could interpret this particular page, Jeff, in different ways, for the context of this group data, I'm interpreting it as the container of souls. Does that work?
That works. Yes.
And so, Chris, did you want to say a little bit about something here about your data in that context?
I think most have been said. It's really the idea of a container, and there is that shape energizing, mystical, unknown thing that I took as perceptions out of the idea of these ancient batteries that you find in Iraq. So I find that this is a good. I don't want to reduce the body and humans to batteries, but that's kind of what it is, right? We run on energy, and there is consciousness that has this physical experience.
And you know,
as a container.
More than that, the human body is a container of the soul, yes. The body as a battery, yes, but also you can use people's consciousness as a battery to build a stronger construct in consciousness. So you can use other people's minds, their mental energy, their psychic energy as batteries. So that's interesting as well. And Claudia, you also have it here. And again, it's just really nice to see everyone having that same kind of sketch. Did you want to say something about this, Claudia?
Yeah, well, I saw it more as something which contained really organs or something like that. So still in the concept of transition of the life to the afterlife, you know, like that. And yeah, I saw really a tomb. So entering the underworld. Yeah.
I think that was really relevant, right? Because this idea of, again, life and death, well, we see death as the continuation of consciousness without the body, right? And so if you're going somewhere in consciousness and you're leaving your body behind, it's very similar to that idea of traveling to the underworld. And it's funny that you said you see this vase as a container that's holding the organs, right? Because that's what your body is. It's holding the organs.
Yes, I saw it. It was white at the top, so it came in, and then it fell down at the bottom, and then there was no way back. Something like that.
That reminds me of Cody. Cody, your description of the hole, the blackness. Do you see a link there, Cody?
Yeah, definitely. It's the same sort of thing. It just seemed like it just never ended. It was nothing. I didn't know how to describe it apart from that.
And I think, Claudia's describing it, entering the underworld, the darkness, right? Going down into the darkness, the darkness that never ends, the infinite, right? So I think that was really good data there. And then your tunnel, we talked about this earlier, right? Tunneling down into this place, right? So really good data there. And then you had it again here with more information. It's filled with organs and other body parts of the deceased person. Again, it's the body that's holding the organs, and the consciousness has gone off to some other place.
Yeah.
And Chris, you were going to say about the shape?
Yeah, I just posted an image of a representation of how the human energy goes around the body in the torus field. It's coming up like that, then coming to the middle, and then again the same under, but also in the middle you have these circles running, which is a bit similar to all the different container types that we've seen. I find that interesting.
Especially here where, Claudia, you have the ring at the opening. So the energetic torus. I think that's a really good, Chris, that's a good point. And so then, and again, John has it as, it's interesting to me how the data comes through with so much synchronicity and so much resonance. And so here on the same page, John is drawing a very large container that may or may not be empty. Oh, Greg, you have to go. Thank you so much for being here, Greg. Thank you for your contribution.
Okay. Bye, Greg.
And so here John has a large container, the container of souls, right underneath this idea of this pointy surface like a mountain. And Chris, you exactly the same way. You have your container, and right beside it, you have these spiky things, and you have them in this blue-green flashes of light. Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah, that's odd.
Right? And so again, I think this idea of, if you see the body as the container for your consciousness, and your consciousness going to this other place, and you're distinguishing between intangible consciousness and physical body, and then you see in Jeff's data the probability distribution waves, and we see in John's data how that collapses into these particles that are being hoisted by the probabilities. So again, it's this idea of the intangible and the tangible, the superposition and the fixed. I just think it's beautiful data. It's a really nice synchronicity. And so here, there's more to this. I really think we have to be able to hold in our minds not just the idea of particles emerging from probability distribution waves, but also consciousness and its relationship to tangible reality. And so here we're seeing, Michael brought up the idea of treble tone, so frequency sound, fluid sound, and cymatic effects. And when I'm looking at John's data and I'm seeing he has these structures, these boxes, these particles attached to these mountains, these probability distribution waves, I think. So this is how I interpreted this. And this idea of standing waves, points of stability in a standing wave where probability turns into a fixed property, into a particle, into tangible reality. So again, it's that idea of co-creating our tangible reality through consciousness sharing. And that's what the autistic children talk about doing on the Hill. They're sharing their consciousness, they're sharing information. So I think that there's something really nice about that I really liked. And then here, it came through again from Michael as a sphere that was perforated within a sphere. So again, I do see this as that idea of the standing waves and the cymatics, this idea of you have a substrate of physical reality, and then you push a pattern of information, a frequency, sound through it, And then you get these standing waves. You get this pattern that emerges in reality. And I think we see that in our DNA. I think we see that in our social structures. I think we see that in human behaviors that are kind of templated behaviors. In our religious beliefs, we see these patterns of information that emerge at multiple layers of reality. And I think that they're all coming from this resonance of a pattern put into the fundamental stratum of our reality in the consciousness field. And so I feel like that's some of the complex ideas that are coming through in the data that was really beautiful and exciting to see. So, and then John also added to this, the idea of the moving structure, reminding him of a spaceship. You're going into space, you're going into the void, the darkness, and being sneaky about it so as not to be detected. And again, I see that as the sneaky little photons that while they're undetected, they go through all the different paths. And as soon as you detect them, they pretend, oh, I've just been sitting here all along. And I also see it as the minds going to the hill in the middle of the night. These nonverbal autistic children, that was one of the things that they said in the telepathy tapes. They do tend to sneak off to the hill in the middle of the night when everybody's sleeping so that they can go visit their friends. And so again, this idea of a hidden hub, the hill is a hidden hub of communication. Claudia, I saw this in your data coming through here, that it's repeated in these different pages, but the underlying data being this. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I saw clearly, because this is the beginning of the target. I saw really that it had to do with communication. So, but I saw it really, really literally, not once I thought of telepathy or whatever. I saw it really as black cables everywhere, communication, black cables. Yeah. Oh, wires. Yeah.
And that's what we talked about with Cody's Hill data as well, is that sometimes you see things in remote viewing and you see it as a tangible reality vividly. You see the black wires, or you see the envelope, or you see the landscape of this hill, and you taste the grass. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is a physical, tangible data point that you're describing, right? It's the data is being embodied through your sensory apparatus, so that's how you're experiencing it. But as remote viewers, and especially as analysts, as remote viewers, you report what you're experiencing. But then the job of analysis, and this is why analysis is so important for remote viewing, is about saying, what is the underlying data that was expressed through your embodiment? And when you have group data, it's easier to do that because you can see the patterns experienced through different people in different ways, and it's easier to see what's the underlying pattern of all of this that's pointing to the same thing. So I think that this is really good data there. And then here's more about the afterlife in your data.
Yeah, I saw mummies when I saw a small mummified animals. So, well, I was really into the afterlife and the Egyptian things. Yeah, transition. That's it. That's into another realm.
It's interesting because it brings me to the idea, Jeff, that you were talking about these multiple tubes as multiple souls in one body in the autistic children. That the Egyptians had the Ka and the Ba. They had these different. They had your personality set soul, and then you had your under soul. You had these different selves, the different souls, right? Someone else might know more about this, but there was the Ka, the Ba, and there's something else in Egyptian mythology, or not mythology, but their religious beliefs about the afterlife. So here's another thing to think about in relation to your point, Jeff. Scientology is interesting because it's closely linked to remote viewing. And a lot of it in secret ways, but the more you research, the more shattering it is to your whole understanding of what's what. But one of the things that I think is an interesting link here, Jeff, and what you said is and Scientology has like the public information, disinformation, and then the inner circle, right? The inner sanctum information. And we saw that with some of Ingo Swan's work, but I do think, and Pat Price's, but I do think I wonder if you're touching on something that they're describing, and they have a way of describing it to the inner sanctum, the people who are in the know. And then the public face of it is, oh, you have all these thetans, you have all these, souls that are in your body, and we have to unify them in order to have coherence, because until you unify them into one oversoul or one kind of entity, all these different souls in you are causing all this conflict, and that's what's causing all the negative aspects of your life. That just kind of came to me. What do you think about that, Jeff?
So I like that. I'll also add that I think it's a Tibetan belief that I believe the number is 12 souls, and that actually ties in with astrology, and that you only live one lifetime at a time, and you're basically, the other 11 are your guides during your lifetime. So is it what is autism when all of them jump into a body at once? I don't know.
Well, that's a tie-in, right? Because from Scientology, they say that the problems that you're having in your life is because all these different souls are in your body, and you have to kind of unify them. And so it's interesting, this idea of one of the problems or challenges for the severely autistic is that they have all these, they have different souls that need unification. It's just, I'm not saying I believe this. I'm just saying it's an interesting idea that comes out of the data that's fun to play with.
So I'm convinced that Sasha's an alien, and now she might be a Scientologist too. Okay.
Maybe a little bit, no. And so here we get to blood. Fascinating. And Jeff, I actually retapped you on the uterus row of data, because I thought there was something here that there's more information to bring from. We talked earlier, we saw, and I think we're going to see it in the next slide, but we talked about Michael having this idea of an immune system, where you had like the barrier, and John had the fence to the hill, and Chris has like the bouncer guy. And so there's some of this overlay was as an immune reaction, as a biological system. We saw the enzymes and the growth and the movement to growth, and we saw the DNA. And here we're talking about blood, protein, blood plasma. You're talking about a distillation, purification. And so, and I see this in a lot of different ways. There's a lot of ways to kind of interpret this. One, it's again the idea of, is there an interference that's going on with autistic children that is contributing to the condition that they're in? Whether that's from this realm or from another one that's imposing itself onto this one. And did you want to talk a little bit about this? In any interpretation that you want, right? Because there's various ways of seeing
it. I have no idea. So it's new information that was my retasking, specifically that. I would want some time to think about that.
And this idea of the reproduction. So there's some information in your session that's mirrored in other people's data as well, of that we could interpret as saying, so you have humans living their lives here in this realm. Everything we do is being recorded in the Akashic records in the field, right? The data stream. It's a reproduction of this place, and without the tangibility. So again, when you think of a hologram, you're laying the data into this data stream, and it's here, it's 3D, but there it's just collapsed into the raw data. And so it's a template of our reality. But we also talked about memetics and the evolution of information, the evolution of meaning, that without consciousness, data can't evolve, it can't change. 2 + 2 = 4 is just data, and it exists, and it doesn't do anything. When you have a conscious mind, the conscious mind adds meaning to that. Once you have meaning to it, you can break it down, you can tear it apart, you can add new information, you can create new information, right? Then you say, well, what is 2 squared? 2 squared is 4. What else can you do with that? And so I think that this idea of growth, we're seeing that a lot in here. And you talked about it in terms of the future, that the growth of our species, maybe the growth of our reality, the growth of psychic abilities, and where does that bring us forward to? And Chris talking about the future of the hill, and maybe this being something that's opened up, and it's being treated differently, and there's a processing involved. So I think all these ideas of not necessarily birth, because I don't see that, but maturation and reproduction. I think there's all these things involved. Does that make sense?
Okay, I have something I'll say, but
Okay.
you had skipped us ahead to the next slide. Can you go ahead to that one first?
Yeah.
I am okay. When I found out what the reveal was, one of the things that I said aloud was, I wish Sasha could have worked this target. And it is in part because of this picture that I say that. Does this reflect in your work at all? So,
Tell me more.
An experimental table, someplace where I'll say humans are being manipulated or changed in some way.
Yeah.
Experimented upon.
Yes. Yes. Mine has a slightly different overlay or different, but the underlying data. Mine is not as positive about this, but necessarily, but yes. And the fire, the alarm, the frequency.
This is not a very positive thing too. And so there's a siren and alarm on the wall in this room. And what that was meaning, how that came across to me was, if anybody found out what they were doing, that would be a big problem.
Interesting. Yes.
There is some force that's manipulating something in some way, and I don't know that I feel confident enough to say anything more than that.
Yes. Yeah. And yes. And again, that comes back to, some of the DNA information, that idea of imposing, and the data distortions that I talked about earlier in the slide presentation, right? That you can distort the data in that realm and then impose that distortion onto our reality. And you can use that to manipulate DNA, to manipulate human behavior, to manipulate our instincts and our behaviors. So the expression of our reality itself, right? Definitely. Yeah. I think that there's something to that. Here we get to the distortions of the data. So again, I was looking at your data about the blood, and I went into Michael's session to find his data about the blood being drawn. And he had this idea of the information impinging on the integrity of the body. So the information is distorting the integrity of the body. And he has this idea of peroxide oxidation, radical formation. And again, the security alarm, immune reaction, this idea of what's being done is not good for that thing. And that there's a natural response of wanting to fight back, wanting to prevent this. It's an infection, it's a hijacking, it's the subordination of what should not be subordinated, right? Our free conscious will, our free development, our own growth and maturation being impinged on, being orchestrated in ways that are not to our benefit, but are to the benefit of those who are doing the orchestration. And I see it in John's state as well. Sirens, horns, alert, life forms are braced for something that's about to happen, and it's not a good thing. And so, yeah, I saw this in everybody's data. It brings us to the idea of frequency, carrier frequency. Again, the cymatics, the resonance, and this idea of something stellar, of a cosmic whole. And John as well had this idea of signal or frequency, something fits inside something else, possibly an outer shell. That makes me think of the electron orbital shells around the the nucleus, because again, we see that as tangible, but it's in a superposition state. It doesn't have that. So again, this idea of frequency can change things from superposition to reality. And we can use frequency to access the hill. We can use frequencies to access different places in consciousness. And Cody, you had the hole, the void, and John also describes it as a hole or a void. And you also had the bright light on the one end, the fire on the one end. He also has that bright light right underneath his data about the hole and the void. He has it somehow related to time, the ticking of time, and pulling something forward. And that this structure is located in a valley. So the valley being the opposite of the hill. So I think this is really good data that he had. Greg had the frequency as well, reverberations or echoes or reflections. And again, I just talked about the idea of our reality here being reflected in the data stream that's recorded, the Akashic records that are recorded about everything that goes on here. And Greg had this idea of decay and something being bitter. So again, it's that distortion, decay, neglect, abandon, leaking data, hijack data, distortions. Cosmic assembly. So from there, we move to Jet's data about liquid moving in and out, the perimeter, right? And again, this idea of how permeable is the perimeter for the hill, and can we move across it easily or not? Does it expand? Does it contract? And he's talking about connecting energies, things like this. And also, I think in data that maybe mirrors, Claudia, some of your feel to this. He has this idea of like pulling the rug out from underneath someone. So you tell someone this is how it is, but you're tricking them. And then at the last moment, you pull the rug out and you surprise them and dismay them. And it's all fake and it's false. So you've been lying to them. So there's something about that that's kind of interesting. Something being told as a story, putting the pieces together. Well, that's what we're doing right now, trying to assemble. But I think as well, the idea of that Greg had brought up of different people who are building different constructs to access the data, the information, the future data as well, right? You're assembling these temples in consciousness, these rooms in consciousness, these hills, these staging areas. Here's everybody talking about pulsing energy a little bit. So Claudia, I think that was a really good match for John's data, and Michael as well, who sees it as a collection and then the expulsion of a fluid medium. So everyone's kind of picking up on that concept. Here we have creating receivers of information through the transformation of genes by the imposition of a pattern onto our reality. Jeff, this is what we just talked about. And Michael has it laid out in his data. Transformation of the substrate, of the pattern, the layer from which the patterns in our reality emerge. And he's talking about it being a procedural transformation, almost algorithmic. That's something that people should think about as well, that the algorithmic nature of it, artificial intelligence nature, stripped of emotion nature of it, and how does that tie into autistic expression and how their emotions are in terms of their bonding abilities, things like this, internal soul emotions versus physical embodied emotions, and especially in an age where we're moving more and more towards AI governing us. I think that's something to think about. And then the transformation is instrumental to this genetic information, biophotons. And he's asking, describe the relevance of this to the target. And he says it's the design. This is exactly what you just said, Jeff. It's the design and construction of receivers of information. So something is manipulating the humans so that some of the humans are better receivers of the data stream. But there's also distortion being put in the data that's being pushed through from there. So there's a lot to kind of think about there on whether it's good or bad and what's going on. And yeah. Again, here's just more to support that idea. The pattern imposed through a field from a higher order onto our reality, our DNA. And so he's talking about information from gates or channels. And we saw someone else, I think it was John, talking about the gates opening or closing. And it's important because it's the idea of pathfinding, completion of a circuit of feedback. Again, that ties into what we were saying. Recombination, fertilization, that ties into your uterus data, Jeff. And then this idea of polarization and depolarization, field lines acting as a ground or a scaffold. So you, again, it's the cymatic waves, it's the scaffolding of these standing waves of patterns of data in our reality that then we, with our consciousness and our physical abilities, we make that manifest, right? Parsimony as negotiation. That's an interesting data point. Parsimony being like the simplification, when you tear away all the unnecessary fluff. And then he has this idea of the active transformation of phase space for objects subject to force from higher orders or of other chaotic interactions. Michael had extremely profound data in this session. You all did. in different ways. And so Jeff, yours, Claudia's, Chris's, Cody's, Greg's, and John's, everyone had amazing complex data, and some of it about all the different aspects. And for Michael, it seemed to, and maybe because he's just finished the FSI course with me, so we still have that link. And so a lot of it came through these concepts that really resonated with me. And so I thought it was really, really fun for me in a very particular way. Cody, I was looking at your hill, this idea of separation, breaking apart, breaking open. And in the context of everybody else's data, I do wonder if this is a metaphor. And I see this, and we looked at from, Claudia's vases, the organs are put in the vase for the Egyptian tombs to separate the body from the soul. And they put the the body in the vase, the organs. And I saw this as well as something very similar, an idea of the splitting of the body self from the mind self. And maybe this is more intensely experienced by nonverbal autistic children. Their minds are trapped in these bodies that are not cooperating. So when they can break free from that and go to the hill and hang out and talk and communicate easily, it's kind of this severing of the body from the soul. What do you think about that as an interpretation, Cody?
Yeah, I agree. That's what I was kind of thinking as well once I got the feedback. Yeah, it just seemed like something was opening up. And I do wonder if that's what the box was about as well, lifting the lid off. Because that's all I kept going back to. It was really bizarre. Just kept coming through in different ways.
Yes, exactly. You have the box opening. You have the land splitting, the stone splitting. Yeah, I thought that was really...
I did also get in my ideogram just before I did one thing that there was a lot of danger involved in it, and I don't know what that means. But
what do you think it means now that we've all been talking about this, or what do others think it means? What's the danger element here? Because a lot of you had danger as a data point. Claudia, what do you think?
Well, I thought maybe, I don't know, it came up a split in consciousness, or maybe then, or that the other realm is contaminated, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe
that's it, right? There's that, it looks like, and that there's an ability. This is something I think I talked about a couple of years ago in a recorded meeting, but if you can create something in consciousness and put that in the data stream, if you write something down, it puts it in the data stream. If you take an action, that gets recorded in the data stream. And you can distract people by adding noise in the data stream just by doing things, right? You can, if you have the target and then you set fire to something beside the target, then you're kind of creating something in the data stream. Oh, there's a fire, there's things burning. People are more likely to go to that instead of going to, I don't know, the box of files that you have beside the fire that you've created, that you've started. And this is something I probably shouldn't say, but I'm going to just put out there. But can you change the data that's in the data stream? Up until now, everyone would say, no, of course you can't. But I just want people to think about these different things, right? And if you can you put in, I'm going to leave it at that. We'll talk about more later in a different video. And so here we have a hidden pattern of information or meaning under our reality, imposing itself on the information here in our DNA and our consciousness and our co-constructed 3D reality. And so here we have, Michael, this came through in his session. He was talking about cymatics. We're going to see that in the next slide, I think. Yes. And so, Cody, you saw this as this under the surface, the field, this pattern of information that's coming through, and there's light coming out of it. And so I thought, again, I think that this is really good data. Did you want to talk about that a little bit?
That's where I got the danger, like that. And if I look at it now, on the surface there's nothing, but it's all hidden beneath. So that might mean something.
Yes. Again, if you're orchestrating changes in our reality by changing the data that's emerging as patterns of information for our DNA, for all these other things, then who's doing that? Why are they doing it? What effects does it have? How easy is it? These are all really interesting data points. And it's just nice to see, to be honest, your sketches were so similar. Again, the mirroring of the sketches was so perfect. It was really nice. And then we come to the symbols. Chris, tell us about this symbol.
So first of all, I got the pi numbering.
Yes.
Then I had those ideas of symbols that looked Chinese because they were like in the same kind of way. I mean, it's not something that we are more familiar with, but the Chinese characters, they really are more traits like this. So that's why I put the Chinese part to it. But there seemed to be here I wrote that I get the idea of a parallel path, like a road or a way of some sort. And I had really it was a bit all over the place. I had kind of this idea of like kind of sacred geometry, and that this made sense, but I didn't really make sense of it myself. But there was something with geometry and patterns there. Yeah.
Yes, that makes sense, I think. It's interesting because I do see a relationship between your symbols and Jeff's, your symbols as well. You're trying to picture something and it's coming through slightly differently, but we see that very often. And Claudia, your tunnel downwards, that triangular shape to it. And we saw this, Michael had it as a rocket as well, right? So there's, again, that there's something, this vehicle to, or this tunnel to this other place. The pi came up in my session as a distortion in the data, as how the data can be changed. And so that's why I thought it was really interesting to see it in your data, Chris. So I'll talk about that in my video. And then the artistic expression of reality. So
Can we go back one?
Yes. Tell us about this.
Okay, the very first thing on the left side.
Yeah.
So there are 7 circles. That's representing 7 chakras. And they're not the same size. They get bigger on the top half. Those are people who are not grounded. They are connected much more to the ether than they are to the earth. And that's autistic people.
Nice. Okay.
That's all.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I like that. That makes sense to me. And then here again, Chris, this was your chapter 10, looking at using remote viewing to try to find what in my data corresponds to data in someone else's session that is meaningful, right? That's good data. And you had the figure doing something. And we talked earlier about how it could be the autistic children kind of signaling what number on the number plate or what letter. But there's also this idea of this artistic expression to it. And so, and he saw this as, Chris, you saw this as being linked to Claudia's session. And of course, what do I find in Claudia's session? Painting and all this data about the painting and the still life and the representation of reality. That's what still life painting is. It's this, this movement of art that said, let's paint our world as it is. Let's paint the mundane, a bowl of fruit on a table, right? And it was about, in a time before photography, it was about capturing real life through art, through painting. So I thought that was a nice little connection there. Claudia, what can you tell us about this?
Well, this was also one of the first contact moments with the target. And in my opinion, this had also to do with the offering to the afterlife, to see to it that the deceased one got some food with them. And yeah, with regard to the river, I don't know exactly anymore. Indian, South America.
Well,
But what
you did have the river Styx early.
yeah,
Right, the river
yes,
to the world.
yes, indeed. And the other, I had a mountain of sand, so maybe that was the hill then. And what was very clear with the shimmering diamond, because I saw also on a rod somewhere a diamond. I don't know exactly anymore who it was, but I clearly saw the prism, the light in the diamond, and then all the sparkles, all the colors. That was that was that. And I thought that I also linked with the first episode of the telepathy tapes with the colors.
And also the shimmer, again, the light going through the prism, it works on so many levels, right? Because the hologram, you pass the light through the hologram, the data, the flat data, and it creates a 3D object, right? And so again, that idea of light consciousness, the light of consciousness passing through the layer of data and then creating this 3D reality that we experience. So I think that there's something along those lines. Yeah. And then even the idea of, is this real or not? Is this a story? So this idea of, how is it tangible? Is it intangible? And yeah, so there's something there that I thought was really interesting as well.
Yeah. Thanks.
And then Cody, you had this idea of mining, and Michael as well, this whirling or vortex in this medium interface. And so other people, I saw it in John's session as well. Other people had these data points about mining. And it's when I saw that you had this liquid gold, this river of gold, of light, and this idea of mining from the physical reality into the underlying reality, into the underworld, into the astral realm, into the hill place, right? And you had said earlier, the pattern of information that's underneath the surface, and there's a lot going on underneath the surface, and then it emerges through. And so this idea of trying to drill to that place, it brings us to the idea of these people that are trying to access the hill. What do you think of that as an interpretation?
Yeah, I agree. I thought it had nothing to do with it, but after seeing all this, I agree with that.
Yeah, it's really good data, I think. And even, you gave us the point of view from the bottom, right? And we're seeing the yin yang, the swirl, the vortex. Chris had said the torus of energy around people, right? Your aura. I think it all ties in. And this is why I think, this is good data. You always need to interpret the data and find the meaning in it. And then again, this idea of humans wanting to explore, they want to excavate. Everyone wants to go to the hill, and remote viewers go to the data stream, and Freemasons go to the temple, and other people go to other places, but we're all looking to excavate data from the data stream. And so do you want to tell me a little bit about what you had here?
Yeah, well, I thought it was a physical sort of target, but yeah, it was definitely, like you said before, drilling down and opening something up. It felt pretty destructive to me, but
yeah. Maybe. Go on.
That's about it. I thought someone was blowing a hole in the ground, to be honest, but.
Well, see, but that kind of fits what we're talking about, the idea of danger. And Chris is data about opening up. And, even Jeff had that idea as well, as it's opening up. And I think a lot of people did this idea that it's something's about to happen in John's words, right? Something's about to happen. Alarms are going off, right? And so, there is, in Persinger's research, he did use weak magnetic fields to induce psychic ability. And we know that the Earth's magnetic field is weakening because of the solar cycle that we're going through right now. And so this idea that the Earth's magnetic field weakens, and maybe that gives people better access to their psychic abilities, their natural psychic abilities. What happens when everyone has a bump in their psychic ability? How we all think, oh, everything will be love and light. All you have to do is look through the remote viewing community to see the absence of love and light. And like, there's so much conflict, there's so much infighting, there's wars that are being waged in the remote viewing community. So the idea that if you give everybody a bump up of psychic ability, it's all love and light, that is so misguided and demonstrably incorrect. And so I think that everyone thinks, oh, when everyone has psychic abilities, we're all going to hold hands and love each other. No, that's not at all what we see. And, I was thinking about this last night because I saw someone post something about, oh, we're going to love each other and we're all psychic. I don't honestly, how do I say this? Again, I say this as myself, and we all know I'm a little bit weird, but I don't think relationships between men and women would work if men and women were perfectly psychic and could read each other's minds. I don't think marriages would work. I think the only reason a lot of our relationships work is because we have no idea what the other person is thinking. I think we tell each other stories that make human relations possible, and that's not a bad thing. It's a necessary thing because we are these animals that have a sacred, a divine spark, and we're always trying to mitigate the animal nature with the divine nature. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we're separate, right? I don't want to, if I'm in a public place and I have a sweetie and my sweetie is looking at a 15-year-old wearing short shorts, I would like to think that he's feeling protective about her, that he's acting as a or other men looking at her with lust. She's a child, I will protect her. I don't want to know that he's thinking, wow, her legs are super hot. I don't want to know this. I don't think I would be able to sleep with him after knowing that. And so these are convenient stories that we tell ourselves so that we can function in society, so that we can be together and love each other. And there are some thoughts that sometimes, your best friend, but you're like, that is not a strong choice that you're making, but you need to be supportive. And so you say, I am supporting you, whatever you think is best. Some friendships would not survive psychic abilities. And so I think this idea that we're all going to hold hands and love each other when we can have better telepathy. Someone brought this up to me about the mother-father thing. Why is it that so many of the people in the autistic interview tapes, the telepathy tapes, are mothers? Why is it not more fathers? There's one, I think, but most is the mothers. And the person said to me, maybe fathers protect their children more from what they think, because they don't necessarily want their child knowing. A mother, the baby is inside and it's a part of their cells and it's a part of their body. They have a different relationship to it. And we see that, the way fathers play with their children and mothers play with their children is very different. And so sometimes maybe exasperation or resentment or all these different things that we think in the privacy of our own thoughts, you don't necessarily want your children to pick up on all of that. And so there might be some barrier fence that some parents are building so that their children are kept out a little bit, or the children just know that the parent doesn't want them looking at those thoughts, so they just kind of keep out of that. That might be one of the reasons why most of the telepathy tapes focus on the mother as the telepathic duo. Anyway, that was a lot, but but Cody, I just wanted to say, I think this idea of it being this explosion and this escaping the underground and this destructive thing, I think that there's a lot to that's accurate. Here's more data from Claudia about the afterlife. And an offering, you have it as an offering, a sacrifice. I think, what do you want to say about that?
Well, I thought I was completely off here. I don't know. I saw something white falling, flowing. Maybe it was a soul, and then I interpreted like falling down from something. I don't know how I can fit this in the whole concept where we are talking about, but
it makes me wonder the other groups that use sacrifices in order to gain better access to these places, or they use sacrifices as a way of releasing energy. This actually fits with Cody's data, but they use sacrifices to release energy that they can then harness to build their construction. in consciousness, right? Their temple or whatever it is. So I see that link to it, which is kind of dark. And then here, Cody the box, and I put this at the end. There's only a couple slides left, but this is pretty much the end, because I was like, I don't really know what to make of the box yet. But now we've talked about it. And so tell us again, give us a little summary.
Yeah, well, I think it's the same thing through my whole session. Once the lid's off, it's out. You know, it's underneath the lid. The same sort of shape I drew before underground.
Yeah.
And then on the right hand side, it's that void that just downward spiral. I don't get it, to be honest.
Is it Pandora's box or?
Yeah, it's when I was doing my session, it didn't seem very big. It was just a little box, but then yeah, it felt like there was something inside it, which could be, you know, underneath, like what I was describing my whole session. I didn't really move on to anything else. It just kept coming through different ways.
I think, you know, the idea of the box being open, the body and the consciousness opening up and freeing and going to the hill, right? If you're thinking about the autistic children and they're stuck in this body that doesn't work well for them, they're stuck in this box, and then the lid opens and they go to the hill, and all of a sudden they're free to communicate easily. I kind of see that now from this data, and the idea of it feels like a hole. It feels never ending. The void. A lot of people did describe. We saw the cosmic void as this place, because again, it's an intangible place. Your body's left behind, and it's a place where some information, you know, there is that idea of if you're dead, your information is still stored there and can still be experienced and it can still be interacted with. So I think there's that element as well. It came through for Claudia as the underworld, but there's a death. This is the wooden stairway, Jeff, that I had in my data, the exact same stairway. And in my data, it came through, there's this salt mine deep, deep, deep underground in Romania that I've been to. And I remember after I left, I went there before I got really deep into remote viewing, and I have this huge regret because I wish I would have tried to do some psychic stuff while I was down there. You're so shielded because you're so deep underground. You don't have all these Wi-Fi signals, cell phone signals kind of interfering. So you're really, there's a salt mine. The air has the ionized kind of feel to it. It's really, really clean and pure air because of the salt filters everything out. And in the bottom of this salt mine, there's like this playground, this little wonderland, and it has a lot of rides for children, and it's in the water, and there's this weird echo because you're in the salt mine, because you're in the depths, and the water is slightly different. And so you can take these little boats and go around in the little water there. It's such a different environment. And so I do see a parallel to the hill, and you have to go down the stairway, and it's just this never ending stairway because you're so far underground, and and it's all wood, and you go down. And you know, you talked about it, stairway down into a cave, like the National Treasure movie is what you saw it, Jeff. And so I saw it as the Salta Tordina, the salt mines in Turda. But yeah, so I just wanted to bring that up because I'll probably have a mention of that in my video.
I'm not sure how that relates. Interesting, though.
Because I think the idea of the hill being this place that's down, that's below, that's separate, and it's bounded, and it's secure, and it doesn't have all the noise of our world. And the idea that these children are going there and they're hanging out and they're making friends, because that's one of the things in the telepathy tapes that they talk about, right? They have their friends there. And up until this point, the caretakers were like, oh, you know, they're pretending that they have these friends, but no one has that name at school, so it's obviously an imaginary friend. But now they're finding out, oh no, there's this little girl that has that exact same name, that also talks about going to the hill, that also talks about their friend that has the name of my child, right? So now they're discovering that these children are going to this place and they're playing in this little wonderland for themselves, right? That's separate from the rest of the world. So I kind of saw that link. And then I put this up here, this was Michael's words chapter. And I just thought it was a good encapsulation of the target in general. His idea of transcendental, biogenesis, creationism, liberation, nirvana, stellar nursery, right? The stars are born, timelines, DNA replications, harmony that comes through with the frequency, holotropism, without form and void. There's Cody's void again. The idea of lensing, so something appears to be here, but in reality is over there, and the lensing effect. The idea of photons, coherence, plasma physics. I just wanted to show it because I think he did such an amazing job for this chapter. It summarizes, and again, the importance of it to be understood is to hold something beautiful and fleeting. And I thought that was amazing and beautiful. That brings us to the end of the slide deck. So what are your comments? What do you guys think?
It was a really cool target. We enjoyed it.
Yes, it's a very special target, and I'm going to listen to all the podcasts now. So it's unbelievable, interesting, because it opens a totally new world for us, right?
Yes.
Another
It
perception.
was fun.
This is something that's going to evolve in the next few years. There will be more on this.
Definitely.
I was really impressed with Michael's session. He got so much stuff in that one. So much.
Yeah, he did really well. And that was all pretty much nearly all in his first session. And then I was only going to make him do one session because he was busy with other targets and other things. And then I felt bad because everybody else had asked for or gotten a retask except for Chris. But Chris, I know you like just to do one session, haven't done, and you're kind of comprehensive. But I felt bad. So I sent him a message saying, if you want to do a retask, you can, even though I kind of didn't want him to because there was so much data. And then he just sent me a couple pages because I just said, just give me, these chapters, give me this chapter and this chapter, and that's all. And so then he gave me a little bit more, but mostly all of it came from his first session. And so I think he really connected with this one. I was hoping he would be here because I think, like Jeff as well, you really connected with this one in an experiential way, right? And so I think sometimes it's a target that speaks to us. For me as well, it really spoke to me as well. And I really connected with it in an experiential way. And I think, maybe we're all a little bit different, and we're all, but I think there's something there. There's that kind of bonds us in ways where we might have more of a connection to the target. And so I think that's interesting.
The target felt good for me. Normally after a target, I'm always like, we'll see. And this one, I wasn't confident that I had good data, but I was like, it was very enjoyable.
Oh, good. And you had the hill, you had the H, you had the mountain, you as well, right? You really had the whole story of the target through your session. That was amazing to see. And your chapter 10, your correspondence with other people's data, that was really brilliant. You did a really, really good job of that. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, that was nice. Thanks.
Yeah. Cody, yours, I also think it was brilliant, needed more interpretation, but not only because you came at it as a physical target, which of course, right, that makes sense. But I don't think that hinders the data. The data still comes through. It just means you have to look at it to see the meaning in it, right? But I think the meaning is there, and that's what matters. And the same with Claudia. You had a lot of the Egyptian, but the data is still there, right? And you're still connecting to the target.
Yeah, but in the beginning when we got the feedback, I thought, I'm totally off. But then you gave me some things that I thought, and then I reworked everything with other eyes, because I always print them out and then write all my own remarks next to it. So in this way, I learn from it. Yeah. So it was very interesting, and it's very inspiring to dig into this concept more. To be honest, after the first podcast, I already looked different to autistic people, So yeah, so it's very eye-opening. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really happy to have been tasked this because I really loved the podcast.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I have a lot to go, and I'm happy for that. But yeah, it's very, very
Did
interesting.
you notice, Chris, that we both described it as parting the Red Sea?
Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
it
I
was.
wanted to point it out. Yeah. Yeah. The splitting, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you make of that, Cody? The parting of the Red Sea in both your data sets and in Jeff, the two teeth, but it's in a river of red, right? So like there's something there as well.
I don't know. I think it's all the same in mine. Like it's opening up, moving something out of the way so you can go through.
Yes. Yeah.
yeah. For me, it's weird because on that part, I put stuff like communication with God and that kind of stuff, and well, you know my stance on religion. And for me, it's weird to write stuff like that. I would prefer to have said something like opening up to consciousness or something like that. But that's how it came through, so that's interesting.
I wanted to write down the name, but I couldn't remember who did it or who supposedly did it. So I just drew the picture then. I thought that's easier.
Was it not Moses in the parting of the Red Sea?
Yes, yes, yeah.
I think it's interesting though, Chris. I'm glad that you wrote what came through. It was, you didn't see it as consciousness, not as God. And I think that there's value in that because it's really easy to strip these things from a more profound meaning, to want to see them as, it's just consciousness. But that also allows people to say, in that case, we can manipulate it in this way. We can interfere with it in this way. We can impose our own coding in it in this way. And I think in the data, I saw that that's something that's not desirable, and that seeing it as something sacred, having a sense of reverence for it, that means that you treat it differently, that you don't necessarily misuse it maybe. And we did see this idea of purification. Are you pure enough to access, right? What does that mean? And are there ways that impure people can still access it? Of course, we know that there are, because we know that they do. And so there's I think, Greg said that there are messages in this, in the session, in the data, and the experience of it. And I think that there's something in that message of sacrosanct, of sanctity, of reverence, of how you're treating the data and how you're treating yourself as a part of it. But I'll contradict some of that in my own session, in my own video. Not contradict, but maybe show another aspect of it. But I think it's important to write down what comes through, even when we're uncomfortable with it.
Yeah, and it actually makes more sense. If I had written something like expansion of consciousness, it would have made less sense because I took that image of the separation of the Red Sea by Moses, and then to write that it's a feat, that's surhuman communication with God. So that's more the telepathy part of it. Yes. So it really makes sense in that way to have this image.
Yes. And even the idea of like the data stream, the source, the Akashic records, that it's not just like ocean of consciousness, but that there's an intelligence that underlies it, that we're interacting with. And you can call that intelligence God if you want to, source if you want to, whatever name you feel comfortable with. But it's not just a database that we're engaging with. And we know that as FSI, you're not just engaging with the database. There's an intelligence underlying it. And we talked about the curator that seems to distribute the data sometimes amongst people in a group or things like this, right? That if you have a need, a desperate survival need for the data, it comes through so much more easily. So I think it was really good.
Yeah, I'm curious what you will have to say about it. Maybe it still takes a few months, right?
I know, David and I, we have so much work, and we're just the two of us, and we have other things. But I think, and I still have to finish analysis on my data. So I'm going to finish analysis on my data, and then figure out how do I translate this 8 hours of information into a 20-minute script for a video that we can kind of cover and then record it and edit it and make it something that's entertaining enough that people will watch it maybe. But I was thinking maybe after we're done, we have the video out. I would like to have a session with all of you that worked this session where we could maybe discuss my session work in relation to yours and see what more information would come through or what ideas you have, or because there's a lot of correlations, but there's also some stuff that's different and new. But a lot of the things we talked about today are in my session.
Okay, well, it's a very interesting topic. Very interesting.
And I hope that people, like I said, everyone seems to have felt positive about it. No one felt like they were doing something wrong or evil. So for people who are maybe criticizing us for remote viewing this, again, like we said in the beginning, we didn't trespass onto the Hill as uninvited guests. We accessed the data stream for data about the Hill, and we experienced data, reality, consciousness in the way that we have it's our birthright. It's part of our natural ability, and we have the authority to do that.
I don't want to sound like an asshole, but I'm sure that the persons who criticize this, they really gladly would like to remote view secret military places or UFOs or I don't know what. Well, I can tell you, if there are UFOs, they don't want you to remote view them. The military do not want you to check their secret stuff. It's the same thing.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah. And how many people remote view poor Elon Musk? He's getting remote viewed every second. And so with that, thank you so much for, each one of you put care into these sessions and effort and time. And I appreciated that. Thank you for participating. And just giving your time, your energy, such amazing data. I'm glad it was a good experience for you. I hoped it would be an experiential experience, and I'm glad that it was. It was really profound. Jeff, thank you for sharing your story about Juan. I think, Claudia said it as well. I think we all maybe see autistic people a little bit different, especially the severely autistic. Maybe we'll see them a little bit differently now and treat them hopefully a little bit better. And so I think that this was fantastic. For the audience, thank you so much for joining us. Please leave comments down below what your thoughts are, what you think some of the more startling data was. We really explored kind of deep, complex concepts here in these past few hours. So let us know what you thought of that. Was it too deep? Was it too complicated? Or did you get it? Did you feel it? What are your insights from all of this? What are your interpretations of some of the data? Did you see something in the data that we missed? Point it out in the comments, because I'd like to see more of that kind of growing community of people who can participate in the conversation. I will be putting out more targets for May sometime, probably in a week. And so please feel free to participate in that. And like I said, I might do a closed group meeting for some of them. We can decide that as we go. And if you want to be a guest tasker, just send me an email, let me know. Chris did a really good job. In our last closed group remote viewing meeting, we covered an imaginary target I gave about an alien coming in a UFO. There was all this data, and we had really, really fun conversation about the nature of fictional targets. And then today, Chris gave feedback for a target that he had given the group on a fictional target as well. And I think it's really worth watching because it's relevant to everything we do as remote viewers, to everything in the psychic community, this idea of what's real data versus fictional data. How can you tell? What does it mean? And so what I'm going to do now, if I can, I don't know if I'll be able to, so this might be the end of the video and then it'll be uploaded separately. But I'm going to try to append it to this one. So we're going to go and watch the Chris giving the feedback and the conversation discussion we had about Chris's target, the fictional target. Before we do that, everyone here, if you want to say last couple of words before I do that and give me time to upload it, that would be great.
Well, thank you, Sasha, for making such a wonderful presentation. Because last time I understood that it would be a bit more simple, but you made a very beautiful presentation of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
Yeah. Thank you for organizing this for so long.
I feel like I'm the last to know. I'd never heard of the telepathy tapes until the reveal. So thank you.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I discovered that listening to it in the car going to work. And yeah, I mean, I was happy to go to work every day.
Yeah, I can imagine, because I heard of it, but I forgot about it again. So now with this target, we were forced to look into it. So I'm totally enthusiastic, and also telling friends about it. And I also know autistic people. I say, hey, listen, you have to listen to this, So, okay, of course they can talk, but in another way. But it's very, very, I think, for them also themselves, that they get a totally different perception of what they think they have, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
that makes sense. Yeah. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Feel free to share this video, because I think that there are a lot of ideas that I would like to see people convert. And we can have a conversation about it. Like I said, we'll have another conversation about it when my video comes out, probably for the Patreon group. So we can do it there and have a closed conversation. And so with that, I'm going to share my screen in a second here, and we'll let you watch the video of Chris's fictional target. It was really, really well done. And everyone got really interesting data. And so with that, good night, everyone.
Good night.
Yeah, good night. Good morning.
Session and who took part in this target. So we'll see today what the target was about, and we'll see all the different data that was gathered from the different sessions. So I went through all the sessions and I did a quick analysis. If on my slides you find something relevant or you want to add something about the data that is mentioned there, don't hesitate to interrupt me. That's part of what we want to have here. So it's interactive. So really, if you have something to say, just interrupt me so that we can discuss around it. Okay, so the target is called the Vanishing Village, and it's a bit different to usual targets, and we'll see why. So I called it a bit an experiment. So you understood it already. The experiment is going to be a fictional story that exists only in my head. So I made up a story in my head. So the story is fictional, but the story exists because I created it and it's in my head. So it does exist, but it's fictional. Inside of that story, I created a tasking, and we're going to see this a bit more in detail. But in the tasking, we have some truths, which is what the end of the story is. And we also have some rumors, which are different alternatives to the story, which is not the ultimate truth. And all of this target is also played a bit as a game, because the whole purpose or the whole idea is to try to perceive only the truth. And so we're going to have some discussions around that, probably more towards the end, or maybe when we go to the fictional target slide. But the idea here for me was just to show that the truth in remote viewing is a very sensitive topic, because I see very often people stating that whatever they perceived in their remote viewing session is the truth, and they have confirmation about something that we don't know about because they remote viewed it. And to me, this is too simplistic, and it's even dangerous because some people can really go into big ideas and delude themselves and go into delusional ideas, or even go into really big anxiety stuff, because maybe you remote view something that is very scary or that completely changes the way you think about the world, and maybe it is real, maybe it is not. But here my idea is just to show that the truth in remote viewing is just more complex than just remote viewing it and saying I remote viewed it, so it's the actual truth. But we'll discuss that a bit later. So the story is called The Vanishing Village, and there is a version of the story that's a bit bigger, but we're gonna go with the smaller one here because it has everything we need for the debrief. So the village of Arendor was a small, isolated community in the mountains known for its self-sufficiency and secrecy. One day, travelers arrived to find the village completely empty. Homes were left intact, meals were half-eaten, and personal belongings were untouched. The only clue was a strange symbol, a spiral surrounded by 10 stars carved into the stone floor of the town square. And here we have a small depiction made by ChatGPT, because again, it's a fictional story. So I asked ChatGPT with this story to do this. And this was in the tasking. Now in the following slides, we'll see some images of the village, but that was not in the tasking. This is me generating those when I was doing the slides. But this one was in the tasking. And we'll see that this is what the viewers focused on. So the tasking, the idea of the tasking is to view what happened to the villages, where they are now, and what is the true meaning of the symbol that we've just discussed. So the truth in the tasking is that the villages were part of a secret society that had been preparing for a catastrophic event, which is a flood. So they had a prophecy that there was a flood that was going to come, and the spiral and star symbol was a signal to evacuate to a hidden underground bunker deep beneath the village. The bunker was stocked with supplies and designed to sustain the villagers for years. The villagers left in an orderly fashion, leaving behind no traces of their departure to avoid drawing attention to their hiding place. And so in this tasking, the idea is, can you perceive only the truth? And the truth is what we've just seen, correctly identify that the villagers evacuated to a hidden underground bunker and that the symbol was a signal to evacuate. And the rumors are one of the detours that we see below or other. So here we have some rumors like the villagers were abducted by a government agency. The village was destroyed by a natural disaster. The symbol is a map to a hidden treasure. The villagers are hiding in the nearby forest, or the villagers fled to another country. And so my idea was to kind of see what would come up in the different sessions. Will we only see this, or will we have some aspects of the rumors as well? Because again, and I apologize, I have a bit of a cough, so I hope it's okay. But I'm not going to extend too much on this now. But again, those rumors, they are rumors and they exist. So they are also kind of part of the truth. So if you think about it, it's a bit of a complex thing when you try to think about the concept of the truth in remote viewing. Because at least to me, as soon as an idea exists in somebody's head or a belief, it is kind of the truth because it exists. So it's not that it's the ultimate truth, but it is something that exists in this world. So if you entangle with that, you will have that in your remote viewing session. Again, everything I say here is my own personal opinion. I'm not stating that everything I'm saying is how it actually is. It is the way I believe it is. I think it's important to say that. So here, still, it's a bit of repetition. So I think now it's clear. We need to describe where the villagers went and what the symbol was. And there's the bonus point for mentioning the reason for the evacuation, the impending disaster, the flood. So let's go through the session's debrief. I divided everything into topics, so a bit like Sasha did. So we'll go through the different topics. So we start, of course, with the village. We start with the village. So here Cody had some aspects of sandy, motion, and land. Jet also had some landform. Cody drew something very colorish that looks like I envisioned the place where the village would be. And there were in a lot of sessions, people wrote meadows and that kind of stuff. So this ties in with that kind of stuff. So here Claudia wrote that it feels as if it has to do with something of the Middle Ages. And we'll see with the villagers, it's a bit funny because everyone that drew people or villagers or gave attributes about those kind of had something from far away or from a long time ago or something like from a fairy tale, which is funny. And we'll discuss about the fairy tale aspect later on when we were going to speak about the fictional aspect of this. Then I found that funny. Jet had a hellhole. So, I mean, the village is somewhere hidden in the middle of nowhere in the story, so I think it's still good data, and I found that was funny, so I added it here. So in the village, I put some big chunks of Claudia's session because she's seeing a building that looks like an old castle. She's saying that it has some special architecture of some kind, and that it looks like a castle from a fairy tale. The surrounding are there are quite some birds, so she really sees the depiction of how you would imagine a village in a fairy tale story like this. So in here, she has the sense that there is no life there. So she wrote, "I don't feel life there. It feels abandoned. It has an important role in the history of the village." So this is exactly what we have at the end. So old villagers went away and the village is abandoned. And then from another part of her session, she has also the same village with its border to the sea. And she sees a village with lots of white houses, and the village is lively. So this is before the event. Something is brought there to hide. She has some concepts of the treasure, which are part of the rumors. It's slugging somewhere in plain sight, but no one is really interested. So this is funny. This sentence to me can make sense with the fact that it's a hidden society with a prophecy, and they all know about it, but a foreigner that would come in there has no clue what's happening over there. Then the villagers. Claudia sees people in disguise. Then she has depictions of something that looks a bit like Russians, like babushkas, but also to me like villagers with old clothes, with like hoodies on. Michael had also something like from the woods, like a bit like Robin Hood, Claude Frollo. He put here, but you see the kind of outfits that they have. And then he also put the concept of guild. So this is a good concept for that part. And again, here I didn't put it, but I think it's Claudia that was sensing that it's a foreign language, Slavic. So there was that feeling that it was some kind of far away thing. Then the story. Here I put some of the data that tells us what the story is about. So Claudia sees that it's a mystery. This target, the story about this target is a mystery. People are involved. I see people investigating something unexpected that happened, and the target has to do with an old culture. And she sees that it happens in the daylight. Then Jet is perceiving that the story, this target, where we have to shine some light on something. Something happened, and we're trying to figure out what happened, which is exactly what the story is about. Then again, on this story, I put this big one from Claudia because I thought it was pretty relevant. She's seeing a landscape with a small beach and ocean. And she's asking why is she seeing this, because the answer can be found here. This is really exactly what the story is. People are hiding here who know about it. She has the concepts of hiding. Then she has the concept that something happened, that the target is an issue, not tangible. And she sees the waves of the ocean. So this ties in also a bit with the flood that is coming a bit later. Then the last slide for the story. Here there is still from Claudia, a big book. And I found it very interesting because it ties with the prophecy, because the whole concept in this story is that there was a prophecy that was saying that there is going to be a big flood, and that there was then the signal to alert the villagers to go to the underground bunker. So here she's writing that there's an old yellowish book, that there are small scribbles as if telling the tale of a dynasty. It tells the story of a group of people, the villagers, and the writer is proud to be able to tell about it. I see him sitting writing, old clothes as old rags. He looks like an old monk in the Middle Ages. So to me, that's funny because that's how I would have imagined a guy writing this prophecy in that story. So I think it's pretty spot on. I don't know, Claudia, what you think about it, but I thought it was funny when I was reading it. I was like, that's pretty cool. We don't.
Sorry, I had problems with my mute and unmute. Yeah, well, I pictured you in old clothes, it's Rex. Yeah, it's really, it came in, but also the symbols. All the time, these symbols came back. So
yeah, and we're gonna see that with the symbol because it is spiral and the stars. And yeah, this concept of movement with spirals is all over the place in all the different sessions.
Yeah, but it really, yeah, it felt like a fairy tale. Yeah, so.
Yeah, we'll come back to that as well.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And then I put this here just because I've seen this in your work in the past, Claudia, and I thought that this was interesting because I've seen that when I did the Picasso painting one as well. This page normally is not really relevant in the sense of the remote viewing data for the persons who are going to view it, but it's more for the remote viewer to kind of do an assessment at some point of what we have. But like I saw in some of your previous work, to me, when you take the metaphors inside of all of this, it actually tells the story. You start with a kind of castle in a village somewhere. There is some movement, explosion, there's something that happens. Then all the people gather around and they see something in the middle, and then they on display and they discuss about it. This comes from the prophecy, and you have the waves of the spiral of the symbol. Then you have the metaphor of a delivery truck with people going away. So I see this as the people leaving to the underground shelter. You have here some gold, a helmet, and something very close. So here I'm seeing this as the people just taking a little bit of their most valuable stuff. And then you have the villagers as an old culture, and then you have the village where people come to the village and are thinking, what happened here? Like everybody's gone, but everything is still as if there were people here yesterday. So I found that pretty good. And like I said, it's not the first time that I see that in your session, so I liked it. So I put it here in full. Okay, then we have the silence after the villagers left. So the villagers left, and what do we have here? Everybody had this kind of same idea of observing, watching from jet, observing from afar. So we have the people who come in the village and who see that there is no one, but it looks like there were some people even yesterday. We also have Greg that has hollow emptiness, and also the concept of observing. And then Claudia, you wrote that it looks abandoned, empty, destructed. And then we also have the jet that seems to be inspecting something closely. So this ties in well with the fact that the people are observing and inspecting and trying to understand what happened here, because it's a mystery. Then we have the idea of the flood. So jet got water, reminds me of water fountain, something dropping, something floating adrift. Then Cody said that this feels like destruction, then new construction. This does not include water per se, but to me, after a flood, this is exactly what happens. I mean, the tales of floods in the biblical stories and in the other stories about floods, it's always about destruction and new construction. So I thought that this was really relevant. Then Michael saw kind of a stone with the crack and water pouring out, so water in motion. To me, this was very relevant, with vivifying force about that water. And where are they going? They are going to escape from what? What are they fleeing? Destructive forces. So I thought that this was pretty interesting. Then I'm really sorry about my cough. Then we go to the spiral and star symbol. So if we remember, we have this star with the big spirals and the 10 stars. So here Cody sketches something that is shiny and structured with some nerves in it that looks like a shape of a star. That looks glassy as well. I thought that this was a good perception, because if you take a look at the picture, it looks like it's shining from the ground. So glassy is very reflective. So I think this is good, very good perceptions. Then Cody says, I keep seeing a bright shimmering something in dark area, star. So he mentioned that he was seeing the shape of a star. So that's really spot on. Then we see Jed had this idea of the rotation, the spin, so really the spiral around the star. And he mentions that there is something where we need to pay attention to in the center. The center is an essential part of this circle form that he has been describing here. Then we have Greg, who has this idea of dented shapes, which to me looks like the idea of a star. And we'll see in the next slide that you put this, Greg, on the floor. So I think that this is very relevant. And you have those idea of spiral, something turning around, movement of rotation and curvature and movement. So reminding us of spirals. Here, Cody, again, you're seeing something that's dark on the ground. To me, this looks a lot like how you would see the shape from above if you looked at it from the top view, from the air. So I thought this was pretty relevant. It's really giving the idea of like curving shapes and movement with something in the middle that is important. As I was discussing, we see that Greg has this idea of something turning, and also we see on the left that there is an eye. There is the idea of something moving, turning. There is an eye, something is being observed, and it's on the ground with the dented part that looks like the star. So I thought that this was also very good data. Then on Jed's side, we have the surface that has strange looks and energetics, which makes sense. It is a weird thing, and it looks very energetic. And he hears clanking metal and then a big spiral. And then Michael had a really great sketch that looks like a big spiral with 2 stars at the end. I asked for 10 stars, but 2 stars is already very good. So this one was pretty amazing as well. Then we have the topic of the signal. So we have the symbol, but the symbol represents the signal that we need to go down underground to go hide. So here Cody had the idea of something that is directed and energetic. So the signal, the purpose is to tell you, you need to move, you need to do something. So there is a lot of energy with that. And then he even had a cat from the signal, which is the AOLS of signal. So that's pretty spot on. I mean, it's equivalent, for those who don't know CRV so much, it's like an AOL, but where you feel that it's really relevant to the target. Which in this case was very spot on. So he perceived that there is a signal of something. Then in the same ID jet, you saw that someone was alerting, like blowing a whistle. And what I like in your sketch is that we have something on the ground, and the person that is alerting it seems like something is involved in the ground. And I found that this was very interesting, because that's exactly what we're looking at here. It's the symbol on the ground. That is the signal. Michael had some concepts like entrapment, mayday. So there is an impending disaster. There is an impending danger. So I found that was relevant as well. And Claudia, you wrote that something happened and people must sort it out. So there is a problem and we need to do something about it. After the signal, our villagers, they decide to go to the underground bunker, the hiding place. So they start to move and they start to go to that hiding place. So Cody picks up a lot on the shifting, moving side of the energetics. So he's perceiving that there is motion energy, it's changing, and it's direct. So something is happening, they're shifting, they're moving, something is moving from a place to another. On your side, Jet, you wrote that, I don't know if your L means biologicals, but I took it as that. So biologicals are busy and moving around quickly. It feels like travel, which is the case. Below water surface, at this point, there is no water yet because it's an impending flood, but I thought that it was pretty spot on that they're going underground because there's going to be a flood with water on top of them after. So I thought that was pretty good. And then you also wrote that there was a path down, maybe stairs. So the whole idea is an underground. So this made sense, made a lot of sense to me as well. You wrote that they would shut the door and keep it secure so nobody can access. And I don't think that you can be more spot on than that. That's exactly what they're supposed to do. They need to go into the bunker, lock the door, wait for a few years, and come out when everything is shiny and good again. So I thought that was pretty good here. And then Claudia, you had the idea of hiding, being hidden, and spending a long time hidden in the dark underground. Does anybody want to add anything here at this point? How did you feel when you were getting those perceptions?
I personally couldn't get away from it. I think I haven't seen the rest of your slide, but I had multiple other things like secret passage below and other things. So I couldn't get away from it, or trying to make something on the outside of a building or settlement look like it's not there. I had a perception of that. I couldn't get away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was just more attracted to the rumor of the disaster. I just kept going to that.
Yeah, indeed. And also at the end of your session, Cody, you wrote, I really have no idea what this is about, which I find funny because since it's a fictional target, maybe your subconscious was just like, this is fake. I don't see that much stuff here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a second slide with that. So like you were saying, Jet, you have stairs, like a secret door to the below stairs, manipulating place so as not to be discovered. So we have the concept of hiding, being hidden. Michael wrote that they escape from destructive forces. We already saw that. And here I added again the sketch from the assessment from Claudia, because it's people gathering around something, many voices, loud, irritated. I would imagine that if this happens, even though they went in an orderly manner downstairs, they would be scared and there would be kind of everybody talking a bit, everybody being irritated because nobody wants to go into a hiding place for 5 years, that's for sure. So I thought that this was pretty relevant as well. Here, Jet, you had shelter and you put birds next to the sea. So I found this to be very metaphorical of a shelter from water. So you had those sketches of taking cover, hiding, but I really like the fact that just next to this shelter, you had the idea of the ocean or water, and also the shelter shape to me can also be interpreted as some kind of super big wave, like a tsunami or something that you would see in a flood. So I thought that this was interesting to mention here. You also wrote something is below surface, which is the underground place. So that's also very good data. Then on your side, Claudia, you put a gathering of family. It's not really a family, but I thought that the fact that it's a village that's tied into this kind of guild, it's a bit like a family. So I thought that this was very relevant as well here. So the rumors, we have the natural disaster. So Cody, you had this strong feeling of the earth moving. So you had the idea of an earthquake and something cracking, and the earth moving. At some point, I was not sure where to put this because on one side, it's kind of an earthquake, which is a natural disaster that was in the rumors. But on the other side, what causes the flood? In general, a flood comes from a volcano eruption or an earthquake that makes big waves. So it's kind of difficult to know where to put those. But I thought that was pretty interesting to have here. Then we had the concept of the treasure as rumors. So there were a bit of gold everywhere. Everybody had some kind of gold. So golden treasure, some items, gold treasure, bar of gold, golden helmet. You had a gold chain, Cody. And you had this idea of pyrite or pyrite. I don't know how you say it in English. And what I found very interesting is that Michael also wrote pyrite. And please correct me if I'm saying it not correctly. And so I researched what that was because
that's right.
I didn't know that name. And so I researched it, and actually Michael wrote it. It's what's known as the fool's gold. So basically something that looks like gold but is not gold. And I found that to be very relevant because there's this idea of gold, but it's a fake target and it's a rumor. So it's not the real story. So the fact that both of you had pyrite in the rumor, I find that very relevant. And I want to ask you, because I'm not a native English speaker, but how common is the term pyrite? Because I never heard about it. And to me, it's something very rare that I wouldn't expect to see. So the fact that two people had that same concept in two sessions on this, I find very interesting.
Yeah, I assume most people just call it fool's gold, but that's just the way it come through to me, and that I only know that because I found some a few years ago. And I thought I was rich, but it was worth nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy that Michael picked up on that as well.
Yeah, so I think I'm correct by saying that it's not something that everybody just knows, right?
Well, I have to say, because I've seen so many of sessions from these different remote viewers, and it stood out to me as well that both Michael and Cody had pyrite. It's not something that I see in all their sessions, so it's definitely notable.
Yeah, it's really, really relevant to me. When I saw it was the fool's gold, I was like, that's perfect for a fake target or a fictional target. So we're going to see that again.
I think that's the main point, yes, is that idea that fool's gold, it looks like gold, but it isn't. It tricks people. It's not what it appears to be. And so I did think that was a really nice data point to come through for this particular target.
Indeed. Okay, so this slide is a bit special, but it was very weird for me. It's mainly Michael, but so if we rewind a bit, we go back to the idea that this target is something I made up in my mind. So you, as a remote viewer, you're supposed to try to connect to me somehow and try to see what the target is. That is the story in my head. And in the past month, I've been really obsessed. Maybe obsessed is not really the word, but I've really been focused. My main focus has been on reading a few books about Taoism and Taoism inner alchemy. I don't know if you are familiar with this, but the Taoist inner alchemy is an ancient practice that is used in Taoism to cultivate inner energy. And this is supposed to achieve longevity and become an immortal in the Taoist. I don't think I should call it a religion, but a way of thinking. And here, when I saw this page, because everything was on one single page and it's very relevant to that topic. So I've been really reading a few books on this, and I've been practicing Chinese Mandarin, not Cantonese. So this was very funny because on this page, Michael had China, Mandarin, Asian, Asiatic, Oriental. And then he had the word alchemical, and he has a cauldron. And the big thing in the Taoism inner alchemy is you imagine a cauldron in behind your belly button, kind of. It's called the Dantian. And this is how you do Taoism meditation. I mean, that's not how you do it. It's just one part of it. It's like the beginning part. You have the cauldron there, you visualize it, and you make it boil with some different aspect. I'm not going to go into detail with that, but the idea is to make it kind of boil, to let the energy flow in, and you cultivate energy like that. And the whole purpose is to cultivate energy inside of your body. And so basically it is exactly what you put. It's cooking. They use that term. It's cooking inside. It's a soup of particles, fluxes of energy. Philosopher's Stone is not from Taoism, but it's from alchemy in general. So I really associate that with this. And that's also why I put this from Cody, because he had this idea of forging something that looks like a stone. It's also always said that it's like a small pregnancy. You create kind of an embryo inside and you cultivate it. So Michael had the gametes or fusing, or gametes, I'm not sure how you say it. And the whole purpose of this thing is to develop something like this, a tree from the fluids inside of yourself to prolong life.
And I just wanted to say, I think it's really interesting that this is an example of when you are creating a fictional target as a tasker, other things that you're thinking about can make their way into the data. But the same thing can happen with a non-fictional target. If I give a tasking and I'm thinking about other things, or immediately after finishing my tasking, I do something that's emotionally significant, that can also leak into the tasking. If I watch a movie that's really stimulating and I'm wrapped in right after giving a tasking, that can also work its way in. And so it's really important as a tasker to be really careful to create those boundaries around your tasking, around the creating of the target for the remote viewers. So yeah, so this is a good point that you're bringing up.
Yeah, I hesitated on having this slide or not, but I thought it's very relevant, and because the target was something in my mind, and I've been really doing that. When I saw this page, I was like, wow, that looks like what I'm doing. So that was really cool, actually. So yeah, that's so seeing through the fiction. A few of the things where I saw metaphors about people seeing that there was something a bit odd about this target. And here we have Claudia that has the concept of fairy tale. So this is very relevant. And also, I know your work a bit more, Claudia. So I saw that in the past, you also had that idea of fairy tale when we had something fictional. So it seems that this is, when you see fairy tale in your session, you should ask questions. What is that target? Something is wrong. Something is wrong.
Okay, good you bring it up. I'll remember this.
Then you had people in disguise. This is again maybe a bit more deep, but the metaphor is that there is something in disguise here. So that would definitely be relevant for a fictional target or a masked target. Definitely. Here, Cody, you have P7, the idea of creation, which is exactly this target. It's a complete creation. So I thought that this was a very good P7 from you, from your data. And here, Claudia, again, you said it looks, or they look different than they really are. Like there is something odd with it. They are there, but I'm seeing them, but something is not right. So I found that this was very relevant when you look at it in retrospective and you see the metaphor through it. I have a second one, and then maybe we can talk a bit about this idea. So here again, I have the pyrite that we already discussed a bit. I found that this was very interesting. We already discussed around it, but the fact that it's known as the fool's gold, and the fact that it's a term that is a bit out of the ordinary, and that it was in 2 sessions was pretty amazing to me. And the fool's gold, well, it's something fake. So that was very relevant. Then the concept of the target was a bit also to be a game where you had to check what's the truth, check what were the rumors, and try to not focus too much on the rumors, but try to get the truth. So you said, Jet, that this feels like playing a game against others. So I thought that was relevant as well, because originally, and in the tasking and in the tasking you received, I'm using words like winning and losing. I thought that that was not the best wording, because my intention was not that you win or lose in this experiment, but the whole purpose was, like I said, to show that when you're perceiving something, if it's rumors and it's in the target, most viewers will still see it because it is relevant. And so, yeah, I'm not going to re-say what I said earlier, but it's just to show that truth is complex in remote viewing. And you should not just assume that because you had some data, it is actually like that. And so here, Claudia, you wrote finding truth. So that was funny as well. And here again, you wrote that a second time that you feel that there is an element of creation here. So it seems that you really saw me creating that thing, and you were like, something is weird here. So I don't know what you guys think about this, and if you felt something weird when you were doing your sessions, or you thought this is weird and it seems like it's going in all directions. I don't know. I'd be happy to hear a bit your feeling around all of this, about the fakeness of the target. Let's call it like that.
So maybe I'll start here, and I'm going to come back to something like the broader question that you asked and introduced was in the target. And what you said at the beginning when we started here was this discussion on the actual truth. Like, is it true because I RV'd it? And if we take this further and play with it a little bit, is it true because I read it? Is it true because I saw it on TV, right? So for me, what is my truth? Yeah, it is true because I experienced it. So what did I experience with this target? I gave enough evidence to show that I had target contact. And I picked up fairly early that there was a game. And what I wrote there was this achievement. So other things in the evidence that I provided said abstract, complex mix of items. This is man-made, a probe and observation, decorative. There's ribbons and attachments to this, and an energetic or mental form. So, you know, this wasn't a mask, but it is a mental construct, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. So
yeah, definitely. And all the stuff that you said are really, really relevant. I didn't pick on them when I did the slides, but definitely that's very interesting. And it's clear that you felt that something was a bit odd here, and that there was an aspect of something being a kind of creation.
Yeah, and it's good for calibration for the remote viewer, right? It's good for us to go in and be able to pick up on the difference between a target that's actual or something that's exercising us, and it's important to exercise. And one of the phases of development, I would say, is knowing the difference. And we talked about that a bit last time with the last target we worked, where sometimes depending on where you're working, you're presented with masking and things that are hidden. And as a remote viewer, you're going to want to protect yourself from that, right? You're going to want to know what you're dealing with. So I played the game to the point where I chose not to anymore. And I was a little bit more confrontational than Pyrite, but Pyrite is a beautiful way to call what it was.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think that is one of the lessons is sometimes you'll pick up on the feel of fairy tale, the feel of Pyrite, the feel of something, a mental construct. Sometimes the target might be real or true, but elements of it are wrong, or elements of it are fictional theories that people have about something that it's incorrect. So even if the main target is real, so maybe the target is the Pyramid of Giza, but someone is convinced that leprechauns live in, you know, the southeast corner of it, are you going to pick up on the fictional aspect to the leprechauns in the southeast corner, even though the pyramid itself is real and tangible in our world? So these are why I think this is a good reason to do targets like this, to practice fictional targets, real targets, and try to get a sense of the flavor of the different data and how it comes through. But also, I hope that everyone here, I hope that you remember some of the most vividly intense data that you had on this target. You felt it, you saw it, you really experienced it. Now that you know that this wasn't true. There's no tangibility to any of this data. It's just something that exists in Chris's mind. He wrote a little bit about, he's, created these slides about it, but there's no village, there are no people, there's no underground bunker. And so if you experience these vividly, then I think that that's something to remember the next time you're doing a target on an esoteric topic or woo-woo or aliens or some of these things, and just say, just because I experienced it vividly, just because I talked to this person and I felt that they were there and they were talking back, does that mean that that's true? Or does that mean that that's the data that exists about this target? And it's not to say that, it's not to invalidate any of those things. It's just to introduce that idea of, do not worship remote viewing data. Don't worship the AI that tells you that it's remote viewing God and telling you that God says you have to only eat cotton candy every second Sunday of the month, right? It's just that idea of keep your wits about you. Yeah, be careful what you worship, I guess. Be careful what you take as revelation.
Yeah, and it can be very dangerous as well, because if you take, for example, somebody that would use remote viewing, let's say somebody really dislikes somebody else, and they decide to remote view that somebody else because they think that this person hates them and has a grudge or something against them, where they initially hate that person, they will remote view it, and maybe they will remote view the most horrible stuff about that person. But maybe what they are just experiencing is their own bias, because they believe that that person hates them. So this is a perfect example of how it can be totally not true, potentially, but you can be convinced of because of your bias. And it's not only the bias, there are so many different variables that can interact with it.
Yes.
And this can lead to psychosis and very high anxiety levels, and you can go into vicious circles. So that's why I thought this was an important topic, because I see so many people in the community just assuming that whatever they remote view is just the actual truth, that I find it dangerous for themselves and potentially for others, because that's also how you can create like sects and stuff like that that usually don't end well. So I think it's a very good reflection to have as a remote viewer.
Yeah, I think that one of the points you made that I do want to stress is exactly that. If I task, I don't know, if I task Chris with telling me how much does, I don't know, some celebrity worship me, because in my deluded head, I think this celebrity has a crush on me. Then if I believe that, I really think this celebrity has a crush on me, Chris can pick up on that and be like, oh, I feel like this man has worshipful feelings towards the subject. I feel like he has adoring feelings towards the subject. That doesn't mean it's true. Chris is picking up on my desire for this person to worship and adore me, not on the reality of it. And so if I then put that out as, oh, here's this truth, this remote viewing data about this celebrity that worships me, we need to exercise a little bit of discernment in those situations. The flip side happened where someone remote viewed me, and they just basically remote viewed the taster's little fantasy about me, and Jason and I had quite a little giggle about it. But that's the thing, right? And so you do have to be careful when you're remote viewing. Don't take as truth a remote viewing data. And so, Chris, I think you're doing a wonderful job with this target of really showing that. And you constructed the target with all this information in it. I think the remote viewers did an excellent job of bringing back that data. That was superb. Do you have other slides that you want to show? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I was saying I'm not sure. Let's go back to the slides and let's have a look. Maybe this is worth mentioning. Everybody had a canon. So I thought maybe you guys probably know my last name, so it's very similar to that. So I thought maybe that was linked to it somehow. It was funny because there was nowhere that in the target, but almost everybody had something that looked like a canon. So that was funny. So yeah, then it was the discussion, and then my view on this that I already discussed about it. So yeah, so the last concluding point on my side is it's freaking complex, but it's fun.
Fantastic. That's a great job. And so what does everyone think seeing your data in relation to this target? What did you think of the setup, the tasking?
Yeah, I find it very, very good how you did it with all these slides and then all the subjects. Very nice. And I was really amazed that it came out like it was, because I thought, well, hardly hit any point, but yeah, so I'm very glad with it. Thank you. And yeah, it struck me also that I was because the other guys, you had these things afterwards, more like the rumors, and I did not really hit the rumors, only the gold then. So I saw more the village earlier. Yeah, and somewhere I also mentioned I saw knights then in the castle on having dinner, so there was an element of the food which was on the tables.
Yeah.
So,
that's when they decided that they had to evacuate. I can make sense with that. But the center of the target was the symbol, and I found that was funny because that was actually the only picture that was in the tasking, and most of the data was towards that thing, the spirals and the star and the thing on the ground and the signal. So I thought that this was very relevant because that was also the center of the story. So even though it was a fake story, people attached to it. So I thought that this was very, very good.
Yes, I agree. And Claudia, I think it's powerful in your session that you were able to sift through and bring back the truth in the story and leave aside the wrong theories, the rumors in the story. And so that's valuable as a remote viewer to be able to do that, because even if you're working in a fictional target, there are some times where it's still useful to be able to discern within the fictional story, right? Some of those details. So I think you did a great job. Everybody, I think, did a great job. Any comments from anybody else, other viewers? What did you think of your data, the target?
I thought it was a great target, very interesting. I think I won and lost because I think I described about 3 of the non-winning scenarios, but I think I nailed the winning scenario too. So it's very, very cool.
Cody,
what I just wanted to add is that because it was fictional, and what Chris said, only the symbol was set, all the other things we invented around it. So, but we all did around the same things. So that's
and what's funny is that when
yeah.
I see what you guys put, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that's how I would have put it if I had to continue the story. So in my head, I didn't write this anywhere, but I saw the village as some kind of old thing in a far, far away thing, like not even on Earth, but in a really fake story. Probably in some kind of Middle Age with kind of Robin Hood style outfits. So that was funny because I never mentioned that anywhere, but that's actually how I would have thought about it if I had to put more information.
Yeah.
Cody, Craig?
Yeah, it was fun. I struggled with it, I thought, but I do wonder if that's because it wasn't real. I don't know, but
I think it is because I think I remember in another setting, maybe it was the private one, I'm not sure, but I think I remember that you also had the same kind of approach where you were like, I have no clue what I'm viewing, and it was also the same kind of target, a fictional one. So I think that this may be a pattern for you when there's something fictional or wrong about a target.
I also think the pyrite could have been symbolic of the star and the spirals, but I'll have to really think about this one, I think, because it did feel weird that I was not getting a lot, like not even making that much up,
And it's interesting as well because the need of the data can impact some remote viewers. So for some remote viewers, if the data is needed for survival, for some significant thing. If you're predicting the future and you're doing it in a way that maybe can help people, sometimes the information comes more easily. Whereas I know I did unitary ARV kind of experiments on the Discord server, the Every Discord server, a couple of years ago with Daz, and it was, if this sports team wins, describe, you know, this table with the flowers on it. If this other sports team wins, then describe anything other than that table with the flowers on it. And what I found was, for me, every time it was the other than, I would just see a piece of paper origami folded. And I quickly realized, like, oh, that's my mind's way of saying, don't even bother. Don't waste your time. This is just a folded piece of paper. It's just, and so you can learn to trust that, because if you're working, let's say a tasker wants to write a novel, they want you to help them finish the script. And so they task you with, you know, remote view the ending that will make my book a bestseller. That's going to be fictional. You're still going to have to be able to provide data. You can't just give them a picture of an origami paper. But I think in that kind of an instance, whatever it is that we're playing with, the data stream recognizes that there's a need for the data. And so it will still provide the data. And you, when you get the feedback, will still feel like that was a worthwhile exercise. And so that, again, has that retrocausal effect, and it makes it feel like this is data that I need to get. And so those are just little things, but just to think about. Yeah. And then if you're working with an unknown tasker, which you should never do, but if you are, and you get that same sense of like, this feels fictional, or this feels wrong, or I don't feel like I'm getting anything, I can't attach to anything, that's probably a good sign that maybe don't work the target, right? Because there's something telling you, no, don't bring this data back.
Yeah, and on this we didn't speak too much about it, but it's also relevant that the tasking itself is important, because if in the tasking you have a really big bias, like let's say UFOs do not exist, and somebody tasks you with something, describe the UFO where the visitors from Alpha Centauri are doing blah blah blah. This is also problematic in a way, because maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't, but the fact that it's stated like that already has a bias, and you are, as a remote viewer, probably going to view what the tasker wants. And if in their head they want that this is a spaceship from somewhere specifically, you will probably get stuff from that data stream. So it's tied to the truth as well. This idea of the tasking. So the tasking, in my opinion, should be very, very, very neutral. And it's very difficult because we all have a lot of biases, and I realized that. And my tasking here was far from perfect. There were issues, especially in the rumors, because I put like a natural disaster, and the flood is the truth, but it is a natural disaster. So that was not very, very well thought. But the target was already gone when I realized that. And so this is funny because you had the earthquake with the flood, Cody. So I think that this was related somehow, and it was also a mistake in my tasking. So yeah, very neutral tasking is, in my opinion, very important, and a tasker should have that reflection on what are my biases and what am I asking here, if they really want to have relevant data.
And it comes back again to what's in your mind. It comes back to having a clean mind when you're tasking. And it's like you said, Chris, I'm tasking you. If there's a picture of a UFO and I say, tell me more about this UFO, that's one thing. But if in my mind I'm thinking, I'm pretty sure there are aliens in that UFO, and I'm pretty sure they're Pleiadians, and I'm pretty sure that they're coming to tell us some big, story about how they're going to save us. Well, even if I don't write it down on the piece of paper for my tasking, I'm still imbuing that into my tasking. And I think that's what people underestimate, how much power your thoughts have when you're a tasker. And this is what we're trying to elucidate here. And so I think these are things, it's not to disempower remote viewers. If remote viewing is going to have more power, is going to be seen as more legitimate, then we have to better understand what we're dealing with. And so this is an exploration of that. So I want to thank Chris for setting this up for us. Greg, we forgot to get your thoughts about your session. You're quiet there.
Well, no, it's okay. And we're touching on some important things here indirectly. And Chris, now you have experience with creating in consciousness. That's what this is. And this is one of the reasons why I stepped away from a lot of target work, because if we take a bunch of gifted people and we point them at the worst thing that's going to happen in the news next month, and we create that, and then we have people watch for that and report to us that this happened, we are creating something we don't want, right? So how do we take this human ability to create in consciousness and do something constructive with it? And last thing for me, AI cannot create. This is an innate human ability.
Yeah, good points.
I agree. And this ties to my final comment. It's freaking complex. So many variables. But I think it's a good exercise we did, and I hope the people who will watch this, it will spark a light to reflect on this. I just want to say that this is really a reflecting thing. So I took the UFO example. I'm not saying to any of the UFO fans over there that UFOs do not exist because we're speaking about truth and I said UFOs. I just want to state that. I personally believe that they do exist. I'm not a big fan of how remote viewing is tied to UFOs, but I just want to state here that I'm not bashing the UFO community or anything. It's just that it is the community where you see this the most with remote viewing. There are so many people remote viewing that kind of stuff. I personally don't do it too much because of how I think truth comes out in sessions. So yeah, just wanted to state that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm the same. You know, I'll say things, I'll make examples. It doesn't mean that I don't believe in this or this or that. It just means that I think it's easy to take something that has some truth to it, and then it just snowballs into some grand fictional construct. Greg, good point about creating constructs in consciousness that impact reality. And even though we're recording this prior to the feedback and discussion on the telepathy tapes, for the audience, this is coming after. So for the audience, I'll say, as we talked about earlier in our discussion about the hill, imposing order on this reality from a data pattern in a higher realm, right? I think that that's the idea, is that we're trying to explore, trying to start to work out here. These are complex ideas, and the more we can get more remote viewers at a high level of skill, the more we can talk about these things and explore them in useful ways. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you so much to the audience for your support and engagement. If you enjoyed this, give it a like. Thank you so much to Chris for having put this together. Fantastic work.
Thank you.
That really
Thanks to all the viewers who participated. It was really fun and interesting for me to have a look at all your sessions and do all of this. It was really cool.
Yeah, I would also like to thank the remote viewers for giving Chris a chance and you know, working his target. I think that was really, really good. Yeah. So thank you everyone, and good night.